Welcome to Pensari Basketball Live. What a sad loss for the Raptors. 131, 132. You know me, I don't usually complain about the refs, but this was ridiculous. It was absolutely egregious. We got to stay up 10:30. We're up until 1 a.m. watching this game, seeing barbecue chicken cooking, right? Scottie, Emmanuel quickly, RJ Barrett. And then this game has to be decided in the closing quarter by the referees. Absolutely egregious, some of those calls. It's going to be low-hanging fruit to just talk about the refs all night. We're not going to. So let's just get it out of the way real quick. The refereeing was not even tonight. There was a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff. There's stuff that feels like, oh, what the hell are you doing? There's a couple of them where it's like, the refs are just waiting to see if it's going to go in for the Lakers, and then we're going to call the foul. It can break your momentum. It can really get you feeling like you're fighting 8-on-5. And I think tonight the Raptors really fought 8-on-5. I understand a home whistle. I understand certain times, the home crowd is going to dictate the call a little bit. Refs are human. I get all of that, but these refs weren't human. They were blind. It was ridiculous. I think Darko Rajakovic is going to go crazy tonight during the post game. Like, I have a feeling. We'll definitely get to the post game at some point. The link is in the description. If you want to call in, you can call in. Let's talk about the game. All right. So for what seems like it's almost every night, the Raptors since this trade are breaking 130. And it is cool. It's great. And everyone's saying here that Darko is going crazy on the refs. Absolutely, man. We will definitely get to that when hopefully the Raptors YouTube channel posts the full unedited thing, but we'll find it. We'll definitely find it. Everyone's saying Darko cook the refs. Make sure you give this video a like if you think the Raptors should job tonight. Probably get like 1,000 likes on this one. It's crazy. First of all, the super chat here. Thank you so much. Pain Causing Samurai. Rob, I know you don't do low light videos anymore, but can you review the calls in the fourth quarter? I need to know if they were as bad as they looked. I don't think you need a low light video, my friend. They were as bad as they looked. MC saying Darko cooked. Holy. Darko roasted the refs hard. Now, the question really is, how is Darko going to afford that dinner plus the fine that he's going to get tonight? Great. Darko's going off. That's my coach. Proud of Darko for protecting his players. LMAO, Darko. Great. I guess you guys are still listening to the TV feed. That's great. It's great. Darko is our new Fred VanVleet. Okay, let's talk about the game. Because as much as I want to focus on the refs, and man, I'm not going to deny you guys the anger that you feel right now, because definitely it is warranted, and the refs were absolutely crap tonight. But I do want to say the Raptors did shoot themselves in the foot a lot tonight as well. They played an overall decent game. I really liked the play from RJ Barrett tonight. I think it was good, man. I've been really impressed with him. And I'm rooting for him hard, man, because he's taken a lot of vitriol, toxic asset this, call that. Sometime towards the end, let's say maybe a couple calls in, we'll talk about today's Twitter live. Twitter's live space where we had Jake Fischer on, got to talk to him about Pascal Siakam trade stuff. I think Pascal Siakam looked pretty good tonight too. It's great. Good corner threes, good shooting. Let's talk about the game. Okay, so from the box score perspective, Thaddeus Young gets the start, surprising everybody. He plays 29 minutes. I think that might be even more surprising. Chris Boucher only gets 14 minutes. Jonte Porter, 10. Those two combine 1 for 5. Thaddeus Young, on the other hand, goes 5 for 9, misses his sole 3, gets 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, a block, including that fantastic fast break layup where Scottie Barnes just like, why didn't you dunk it, bro? It's funny. Pascal Siakam goes 10 for 17, very efficient night, 25 points for Pascal Siakam, including a bunch late, including that final, three-pointer that didn't really affect the score, but, good for him to getting it. Scottie Barnes, 40 minutes tonight. Really, I'm surprised that Scottie did not start at center for the Raptors tonight. Really surprised because, I think a lot of people were really shocked that Darko started Thaddeus Young. I get it. You're trying to protect the bench unit, right? You're trying to keep the bench unit intact. You're trying to make sure that Scottie doesn't pick up early fouls, trying to guard Anthony Davis. Hit or miss on his defense tonight. I didn't love it. There were some good parts, that 2-block sequence where he, shuts down the paint in the fourth quarter. It was great. But overall, I think Scottie had a lot of miscues on defense, a couple of box out assignments that he didn't get over that late. There's a couple, on Anthony Davis where he just didn't have his hand up. I wonder if fatigue played a part into it, but definitely not the greatest defensive performance from Scottie Barnes tonight. RJ Barrett, 10 for 13. Oh, man. 23 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, plus 10 in a game that you lost in 35 minutes. RJ was great. To the point where when he was on the bench, I was like, what's he doing on the bench? Get him in. You may not want to, you may not necessarily see this, but when the Raptors got down 6, it was RJ really that got really tough. He was getting in the face of D'Angelo Russell. I think he was incredible for the Raptors. Emmanuel Quickley was really good as well. Another guy who was in the plus in terms of plus minus tonight. 21 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds. I think he was tough, man. He hit 4 threes, big ones in the second half, 8 for 14. The bench was a problem tonight. The Raptors get a combined 26 points from the bench. Gary Trent Jr. goes off for 14. Dennis Schroeder plays 30 minutes off the bench, which, again, is more than Thaddeus Young, is more than Emmanuel Quickley. It seems like Darko has sort of skirted the concept of, 5 starters. He now plays 6 starters at all times. And I don't necessarily think that Dennis had a bad game. I also don't think he had a great game. There were a lot of times in the first quarter, I think when he came in, the score was 21-21, and the Lakers went on that run. And they pushed it 28-22 or something like that, or it's 22-22. It just felt like the momentum slowed down with him, and the Raptors had a good thing going. Defensively, you get a lot smaller, obviously playing without Jakob Poeltl tonight, and seems like the Raptors will be without him for quite some time. 2 weeks, he'll be reevaluated. Let's see, big man, ankle, lower body injuries. It's something for sure. Jonte Porter, he didn't score a single point. He's -8. Which is the worst on the team, but I like this game. Overall, I like this game. I like this playmaking. Couple times he was wide open, not a defender in sight, and the Raptors didn't find him. I don't care if this guy goes 0 for 7. I've seen him hit enough threes to know that him taking an open 3 is a really good shot for this offense. And I don't care if he's a 10-day, 2-way. It doesn't matter. You need to find him if he's open. Otherwise, he doesn't need to be out there. Juan Harper Jr. apparently makes it onto our box score again. ESPN, please correct this. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I'm losing my voice from screaming at the television for the last 10 minutes. Okay, from the Lakers side, surprise to nobody, Anthony Davis with 41 points, 11 rebounds. He gets off to a really hot start. When's the last time you see a guy get 41 points on 17 shots? That might be a really, really rare territory. He had 11 rebounds, 6 assists, one block. He came up huge in the fourth quarter. And man, with the way this game turned out, if he misses even one of those free throws, but he goes 13 for 14. This is the value of having a big who can actually shoot free throws. Taurean Prince, decent game. LeBron, he drew Scottie as his primary defender. I think apart from a couple of really bad where Scottie reached or went for a gamble or something, I think he did a pretty decent job on him tonight. Cam Reddish hits that big 3 late, man. This is not a guy that you walked into tonight thinking was going to hit 4 threes. That's not to his season averages. He shoots 32%. Teams ignore him all the time. He was good, for them. And Austin Reeves, I think he had a so-so game. But again, the playmaking, 3-level scoring, disrupting, paint touches. Jared Vanderbilt was a comedy of just errors. Somehow ends up a +6 on the night, but I didn't really feel his impact out there. Christian Wood gets it going. That very weird, foul on Scottie Barnes. Didn't really understand that at all. What was going on? D'Angelo Russell just talking smack all night to everybody who would listen to him. I'm surprised he didn't get into the face of the refs. Like he was on some different tip tonight. And Max Christie, cracking the rotation for a team that is very starved for depth with Gabe Vincent out. And I think he played really well. I was very impressed with Max Christie, man. He's a good player. In terms of the team stats, I mean, we already know that the Raptors scored 131 points. Is great. They take way more shots than the Lakers tonight. They get 94, but that's partially because the Lakers got to the line 36 times to the Raptors 13. And that's not even to talk about the egregious, fourth quarter split. The Raptors also don't do themselves any favor. Once again, going 61% from the line. The Lakers shoot 77% on a much higher volume. Slight out rebounding advantage, offensive rebounds dead even. Raptors win the stocks, win the turnover margin. They win the points in the paint margin. They nearly break even on the fast breaks. Honestly, man, like dead even on the, in terms of largest lead. This was a close game, wire to wire. There was no blowout, nothing. And, you just felt it. Like they played them even. They played them tight. The Lakers got up 5-6, and then boom, the Raptors were right back into it. I think this was a really well-played game by the Raptors. You can't win them all. I get that. This is a team that maybe you don't play their record. They were healthier than you tonight, right? They're 19-19 now. The Raptors, fall to 15-22. It's not getting easier, man. You face the Clippers tonight. The Clippers are a better team than the Lakers. You face Boston. At some point when you get home, you face Miami. That's a team you're trying to chase. Without Jakob Poeltl, this stretch could spell the season, unfortunately. The Raptors dug themselves a really big hole early in the season. And I know the Raptor fans are feeling a lot of vibe right now with barbecue, and they're going off and they're scoring a bunch of points and it looks great. And you got this really young team that's just really fun to watch, actually. Just watching them play basketball is really fun to watch. With the weather in Toronto right now, our internet might go a little bit in and out. If it does get kicked out or something, I promise, give it a moment. We'll be right back somehow. The internet connection is really weird right now. It's flashing down and up. Before we get disconnected or something, let's let on some callers here. Talk about the game. Araf, what's going on, man?
Hi, Rob. Can I swear, or are you gonna get demonetized?
I prefer you don't swear if you can avoid it. If it comes out naturally, like we'll deal with it. But try not to swear too much.
I just really hate Ben Taylor. I wanted to say the F word, but I don't want you to get demonetized.
Yeah,
he sucks. It's really a tough loss because, seeing those guys really gut it out, and then just to see it slip like that, like the Emmanuel quickly shot. I don't know how the hell that's a flagrant 2.
I don't think it was flagrant 2. I think it was a flagrant 1.
Sorry, flagrant 1, because that's like a normal shooting motion. Like he's trying to keep the ball away from whoever was on him.
I've seen that call. I've seen that call called an offensive foul before. I think, if you're the referee, you just have to prove like for me, the Dennis Schroeder kick, that was way more of a flagrant to me.
Yeah, like
when he came out with his leg extended, because you could tell that wasn't natural. See, with a flagrant, you have to prove that it's an unnatural, and that's a rip through. And I'm sorry, that's not an unnatural motion for Manning quickly. It's just incidental contact. If it's an offensive foul, it's an offensive foul. Calling it a flagrant is crazy. I agree. And that costs the Raptors because that puts them at the line.
No, that was one of them. And then I still had a bit of hope. And then the RJ Barrett offensive foul, I don't know what the hell that was. Because he was just setting a screen. I don't know.
It was very, very good acting from Anthony Davis. He should get casting directors calling him left, right, and center.
Oh, man. Honestly, I went into this game thinking we're probably going to get blown out. No center, but it just sucks because out of the however many games we have left, this was definitely one of the ones to win to try and get our season back up. But I don't know, I'm just feeling down.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to break down there in terms of, you know, where can the Raptors end up this season. My goal was 3-3 on this road trip, and I said we're sitting pretty. Go back home, defend home court. You know, the schedule softens up in the second half of the year. You know, just try to build winning habits. I think there's a lot to take in today. You know, a game like this can either bring a team together or can pull them apart. Times of controversy and, you know, turmoil typically show you, you know, the holes in your chemistry. You know what I mean? So like this could be a game where RJ and Scottie talk for like 2 hours, you know, after the game about what can be done and good things. Or this can be a game of everyone just checks out mentally and you come out tomorrow with a hangover game. What I've loved since this trade is the Raptors have competed their butts off. Every single game they have competed, even games where they were kind of out of it, they came back in. It's not fake comebacks. It's just a team that is refusing to quit and a team that is very motivated to win. And even the reactions from RJ and Emmanuel quickly and, you know, Scottie Barnes and Pascal, you could see that they care. They want to win these games hard. And there are times earlier in the season where it didn't feel like, I'm not saying they went out trying to lose, but it didn't seem like losses bothered them as much. Right now, it feels like this is a team that is really trying to turn around their season. Who knows? Maybe a loss like this is, you know, a good look in the mirror moment. You know, like I think as much as we can blame the refs, the Raptors didn't do themselves any favor. You know, some of their defensive rotations, some of the shot selection down the stretch wasn't great. But I think overall, the Raptors played a good game. You just got beat. Yeah. Anyways, any final thoughts, man?
Hopefully we can put up a good fight against the Clippers tomorrow, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, 40 minutes for Scottie Barnes tonight. I think, you know, some of the starters got a bit of a rest, but yeah, I think that's going to be a tougher game, to be honest. That's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. They have better defensive wings, Kawhi, Paul George. I don't know if all of them are playing. I think they seem to be resting guys or taking guys out. It'll depend on who the Clippers are playing tomorrow, but yes, life without Jakob Poeltl is going to be tough because you ideally, like in this case, you would have started Precious Achiuwa and you would have made up for some of the rebounding, rim protection, etc. With Thaddeus Young, you're not really getting an elite rebounder or an elite rim or any rim protection at all, right? He's just out there to be out there to not disrupt the offense too much. And I think, you know, Darko's going to have to really consider maybe starting Chris Boucher tomorrow because there's no Anthony Davis on the other side. I understand preserving, you know, the second unit, but you can't get out to like letting a guy like Anthony Davis get going so early in the game. But yeah.
Would you start Jonte or tomorrow?
That might be a lot of pressure to put on him, but yeah, I would definitely consider it. Yeah, I would definitely consider it. And honestly, like, I don't know what's going on with Thaddeus Young right now. He seems to be in warm-ups. He's not in street clothes. Is he available? And we're just not playing him because we want to keep him out because of injury, because of an injury risk, because of trade talks. I mean, I wish that he could play. He would be the ideal starter for this team anyways. Even if Jakob was healthy, he's the ideal starter for this fifth, you know, as the fifth guy in this unit to provide the spacing. I would consider, honestly, I might consider going completely off the you know, grid, and I would try starting Gary and pushing Scottie down to the 5 tomorrow. I think that would give you the best chance to win personally. But yeah. Anyways, Araf, thanks for calling, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Mubbz, what's up?
Yo, what up, man?
What's going on?
You hear me?
Yep.
I mean, I think this game was just completely rigged for the Los Angeles League. I'm at a loss for words right now. I'm not gonna lie to you. Just that is some of the worst refereeing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yep, me too.
Every single referee that ref that game needs to go tomorrow morning and get their eyes checked. I'm not gonna lie. That was just terrible refereeing. And it's always Ben Taylor. It's always Ben Taylor. He has something against the Raptors. I thought he had something against Fred VanVleet, but he's gone. He has something against the Toronto Raptors. And it showed this game. And I'm not going to make excuses for the Toronto Raptors because I don't think they played the best game, but the amount of calls the Lakers got was just absolute BS.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it was really bad. We will actually hear from Darko Rajakovic just because everyone's asking for it.
He went off.
Yeah, Chaz NBA is asking for sorry, they posted the video. Let me just see how much of the video I can actually use, but let me just check it out. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me just come back to you and I'm gonna put the video on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's hear from Darko Rajakovic. This is gonna be quick.
Coach was absolutely going off after the game, after the Raptors.
Fourth quarter, what did you?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. That's.
What did you?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight? This is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees. Shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all of that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible as Scottie Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you gonna explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scottie Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been calling it back, it's a complete crap.
Coach, do you feel like you're getting any explanations at all? That offensive foul, did you see, like, get any explanation?
No, there is no explanation. They just come up there, they review and they see what they want to see. They don't want to hear us what we got to say. They don't want to hear the players. They don't just want to protect us. Over again, they got 36 free throws, 23 free throws in the fourth quarter. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? How are we supposed to play?
Is this a one-off, or do you feel this has been happening to your team a lot throughout the season?
It's happening a lot, but I'm telling our guys, be professional, keep fighting, keep going for the next one. But until when? For how long?
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Let me tell you something about our people. We burn hot and cold. If you've ever seen Darko Milicic, ironically, complete segue from Darko Rajakovic. If you've ever seen Darko Milicic, hold on. Actually, I need to pull this up just to give you a cross comparison of how angry. This is the angriest person I've ever seen. Hold on. I gotta pull this up, man. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec, man. This is hilarious. You gotta see this. Oh my gosh. To those of you who haven't seen this, it's crazy. Where is he? Okay, I'll pull it up. But I mean, they pull it off of YouTube? I don't know how many of you have seen Darko Milicic going off. There was like here we go. Got it. This is like, oh, this is definitely going to get me demonetized. This is going to get me demonetized. If there's English translations, this will get me demonetized. But yes, this is hilarious. We care about our basketball. I like what he said. I do want to rebuttal one part of what he said, though. Pointing out that they got more free throws in the fourth quarter when you were deliberately putting them at the line makes you seem kind of stupid. No offense, Darko. But the rest of it all holds true. What he was saying was true. Okay. Here.
Darko, prvi utic, može samo odgovor. Tri pičketine od sudija su nas pokrili, eto šta je bilo. Ova pičketina, ove tri govnara, a misle su neki kurac. Doći ću, jebaću i matru u pičku svoj trojici. Eto, to ću poručiti samo. Pičketine sve tri. Jebem li mu ja mamu nabeđenu italijansku pičku, brate. Eto, to ću kažem.
There goes monetization.
Ma govnar, be, popuši mi kurac, to napišite, brate. Sva trojica, jedan i drugi i treći, bolje kurac hoću. Eto, to ću kažem. Dobro ste šibali? Šta ste šibali, pičketine, jedna ne sudi ništa, ustro ste, jebaću mu kevicu, malo ja ustavu. Ako ima ćerku i ćerku ću da mu karam.
Darko polako.
Veru, viš, borimo se tu, umra se čovječe. Na infuziju sad, razumeš, oni nas pokradu tu ko govna. Eto.
That's what he said to the cameras. I have seen him off the cameras punching walls. We burn hot and cold. But the passion is there in our people. I'm very proud of Darko Rajakovic. It's good. Get the fine. You're gonna get a huge fine, man. All right, let's bring my dude Mubbz back on. Mubbz, what up?
I mean,
Which Darko did it better? First of all,
I don't think you can beat that Darko.
Yeah, you can't beat Darko Milicic for sure. Yeah, this is the greatest thing Darko Milicic has ever done with his career for sure.
I mean, but I completely agree with Darko Rajakovic, man. Like, I know it's unprofessional, but whatever. But I'm actually at a loss for words, bro. It's actually crazy. Like, that was some of the worst refereeing I've ever seen in my life. And
it's bad. For sure.
And you could tell, like, Darko Rajakovic, he's a first-year coach, and he really cares about his guys. He really cares about this team, and he really wants to see them win. And when they go out like that, it's just complete bullshit, honestly.
Yeah.
Completely bullshit. And, you know, it's not going to get easier from here. We have the Clippers next. We have Boston soon. Like,
for sure.
Yes, man.
No, I agree. Look, it's frustration is like like a steaming pot. You need to release, right? It's been building up for a while. The Raptors have gotten the short end of the stick a lot. They find out, the Sacramento game, last 2-minute report, Immanuel quickly was fouled. Even tonight, Immanuel quickly gets fouled out. A lot of Raptor fans saying he's foul prone. Not really. Not typically. Not throughout his career. It's a very small sample size.
It's just in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, it's number one. He's playing, a very defensive, like a very difficult defensive role. He's covering up for a lot of things, and he plays hard defensively. What I liked about Immanuel quickly tonight is he got to the basket. Like he got downhill all the way. He didn't stop short. Like, he got all the way to the basket. So I really like this game. Look, I think there's a lot of hope to be built up on here. I think if you're the players in the locker room and you see this and people are DMing you, because this is about to go viral. This is about to be one of the most viral because of everything. Number one, like when you think about like what goes viral, it's usually like very transparent things that you don't see go viral typically, right? Yeah. Kim Kardashian's sex tape, etc. So yeah, so his raw emotion here, his declaration that Scottie Barnes is going to be the face of the league, the accent,
I love
the death stare, all of it, right?
Yeah,
every part of it is unique. Number one, not a lot of coaches speak this way because not a lot of coaches in the NBA are foreign. So it immediately, and this will definitely go viral in Serbia for sure. So this is great, and believe me, there's not one person in Serbia saying, "Oh, relax, Darko." No, we are all very proud of him. We are very proud of him for sure.
And one more thing, in that interview, I like he had Scottie Barnes back, because I agree. There's so many times where Scottie Barnes gets to the basket, takes so much contact and no foul. When he posterized Max Christie and no and one there.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible, man. This is probably one of the worst ref games, Toronto Raptors. Like, but you remember that OKC game?
Mm-hmm.
At home?
Yep.
The Kyle Lowry, no, I think it was but you remember that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's probably up there as one of the worst Toronto Raptors referee game. Yep.
I agree. Anyways, any final thoughts, man, on this game? Any takeaways? Any positives, negatives, whatever? Any positives? Yeah.
Let me hear some. I'll give some positives. Scottie Barnes had a great game. Great bounce back game. RJ Barrett looked amazing tonight. I feel like. I think 9 for 13. Incredible. Had 5 assists, 10 rebounds. Pascal made some clutch shots. Just an overall decent game from Toronto. There's obviously still mistakes that I'd like to see us, do better in rebounding, all that. And I think we should have started Boucher tonight, but I understand keeping the rotation and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
absolutely. Literally, the Darko clip has gone Hoop Life, Bleacher Report.
Yeah,
everyone. So everyone has put up that, like, wow. Whew. This, yeah. When you put the refs on blast like this, like be prepared. Like, because you also get like potentially some you might get some fallout, you might get a fine. You definitely, like, from the league, this will be a very hefty fine. Like, this is it's a very impassioned rant, and unfortunately, the league always responds force with force, always equivalent to equivalent. People don't always understand it. I think when people see the fine that he draws for doing this, like,
Well, how
I
much do you
think,
think? Like a rough estimate.
what did they fine Fred VanVleet?
I think it was
30,000.
30, yeah. Or it might
This
have
will
been
be,
50, maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
I think this will be more. Whatever Fred VanVleet.
Really?
I think this will be more. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe players will chip in. Don't hold your breath, but yeah, maybe.
No, I feel like they're going to chip in, but just not with that much passion. They'll be like, I felt like this, you know what I mean? But not with that much passion as Darko tonight.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a high paid coach. Just an FYI. I know his contract details have not been leaked, but I assure you, he's not a very like he's not making $9-10 million a year.
Yeah,
So this is going to be
Like
this is going to be a
exposed to.
sizable chunk of his, yeah.
And that's what sucks. I feel
FA
like
saying you
the
can't
Raptors should
find
pay
more than
more.
100K to players not sure of coaches. Well, then he's gonna go for 50K then.
Yeah, probably.
Anyways, all right. Thanks, Mubbz.
Yeah,
Peace.
have a good night.
Yep. Death 4K. What up?
How's it going, Rob? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I want to start off by saying that Ben Taylor, he played like a superstar for the Lakers tonight. And
He was great. They should retire his jersey.
yeah, no. I don't want to repeat the stuff that was said, but I was going to talk about a couple of things. IQ, when he figures out the defensive rotations and he doesn't get into these foul troubles, like I know you said a lot of players, a lot of people started commenting to you saying that he gets into foul trouble. I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think that I thought he was going to go for 30 or 40 tonight, the way he was playing. And then that offensive foul elbow was really draining for me. And then obviously the Scottie 3 to tie the game, RJ offense foul. Like, he made the shot after, but it didn't matter. But it just hurts when he makes the shot and then they do a late foul. So there's that. Sticking to the theme since the trade, I really was, regardless of the score, I was really excited for this team all the way through. They played a very good brand of basketball. Ball was moving around. I didn't really see a lot of ISO ball happening. Even Siakam.
I actually think the ball stuck a lot in the first half, man.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it ISO, but it was slower. Like they were moving off the ball slower. There were a lot of like late quarter, breakdowns where a guy doesn't do too much with it, then he kicks it out to someone who doesn't have enough time. Like I think the offense needed to be crisper tonight, and yeah, I don't think it was as good as it's looked. Yeah,
I want to give credit to Darko too, because we started off playing man, and that obviously didn't work, and then we switched to the 2-3 zone, right? And I think that played a huge factor in AD not being able to bully us, obviously. And what I find interesting is
it was a reasonable adjustment for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was working up until like the second half. I think AD didn't score till like 2 minutes left in the third quarter. He had like 19 points a half, and then he just he got like shut down. Fourth quarter obviously was atrocious from a pure referee standpoint. Again, that Max Christie like posterizer dunk that Scottie did, like if we got the N1 there, then I think the game would have been tied, right?
Right.
Just on that, because Siakam did make that 3 at the end. There's a lot of other situations. Yeah, I think one thing I want to say for Darko is that challenge he made for IQ early on. I think we could have probably saved that.
I agree, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I see it too, because he was trying to save him from getting his 5th foul. So I get it. Sometimes coaches will, like when you do a challenge, I think part of the equation is how likely are you to win it? I think the other part of the equation is how consequential is it? At what point of the game is it, right? So if it's like a 3-point play, or like a call where you feel like you got a defensive foul, but it could be converted to an offensive foul, you got to look at the swing, right? Emmanuel quickly being on the court late for the final 2 minutes, whenever they lost him, instead of, whoever's playing in front of him, Thaddeus Young, Dennis Schroeder, whatever. I think it helps you so much. I think it adds a 3-point shooter, your best 3-point shooter, easily. I think Immanuel Quickley is your best 3-point shooter, regardless of how well Scottie Barnes has shot this year. I think IQ is your best 3-point shooter. You needed a 3 desperately down the stretch. Like, we just kept waiting for them to miss free throws, and I understand the strategy, but at some point you needed to hit a 3. And of course, Siakam hits the 3 late, but like, you needed a 3 before that. Dennis Schroeder hitting a bank shot 3, fluke, hella fluke. Nobody in the world has ever aimed for a bank shot 3 from that corner. Good for him. He makes the shot. I just think having Immanuel Quickley also, like, I think he's just a quicker defender, probably would have been helpful. Yeah. So it was a big swing, but I agree that, him not catching that 5th foul would have been a huge swing for the Raptors. So I understand, but it felt like there was no chance they were going to overturn that.
I mean, yeah, how was he supposed to know the fourth quarter was going to be like that anyways, right? So, I mean, it's a good call for the situation. I think, personally speaking, I also want to say this about both IQ and RJ Barrett. Like, we're getting treated very well, just seeing them play just purely on raw talent right now, because this is like, what, their 4th or 5th game?
Right.
They're not supposed to, like, be playing this good. Like, they don't know a lot of the plays. They don't have a lot of chemistry with a lot of the guys. And the fact that they're playing this good is just surprising to me. And it's really exciting that once these guys start settling down, like building more chemistry with some of the other, bench players, I think we can expect great things from these two.
These two, as in Immanuel Quickley and Scottie Barnes?
Yeah, that and RJ Barrett as well. Because
I think RJ has been great. Like, RJ has been, like, I shudder to say he's been like my favorite player the last couple of games. He's been great. So great. He's been great.
I think Darko.
We were on a space today, and there was this New York fan who kind of came up, and I said this deal is going to be a massive loss for the Lakers. And this New York fan came up, and he was just like, I don't agree with that. I agree with everything you're saying, but I don't agree with that. I don't care if you agree with that. And by the way, just big shout outs to OG Anunoby today. Huge game, 23 points. Finally, gets a big offensive game for the Knicks. They were chanting OG in the Garden. Super cool. His post game, just really nice to see it for him. I'm very happy for him, but I'm also very, very happy for us, man. Yeah. Okay. Any final thoughts? I'm going to play LeBron's post game where he apparently addresses Darko.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk one last thing about Siakam.
Sure.
I think he's playing really well, and I think we're doing a great job showcasing him. But if we're going to get like a Harrison Barnes back in return for someone like him, like, I don't know if we really do that.
We're not.
Okay.
Yeah. Peace, man. Take care.
Peace.
See ya. Yeah. Just because people say Harrison Barnes, there was a very juicy tidbit by Jake Fischer today in the Twitter space that we were on. I don't know. Some of you, I saw you were in there. Some of you were not. I think I recorded some of it. I might be able to play it for you. Maybe if we do the post games, I'll find it while the post games are happening and I can play it for you right after. Anyways, let's go to LeBron James.
That man to your left, 41 points tonight, 20 in the fourth quarter. What did you see from him, really from start to finish?
Just locked in. We knew we had an advantage in the interior tonight, and just try to get it to him early and often and late. So that was my mindset all game.
Pretty good defensively. In fact, Darvin just said he's your defensive middle linebacker. Had that big block shot, a couple minutes left. Made all his free throws, too. I think it was 11 for 11 down the stretch.
Yeah, big time. Nothing surprises me, though, with him. I've been in so many big games with him, but it's always a treat to see him go off like that, and happy to be a part of it.
LeBron, you had 6 assists before you scored tonight and finished with 12. What did you see early on?
I just try to read, angles and things of that nature. And, most of them, was the AD. I was just seeing the way they were playing AD. They was allowing me to kind of come off the pick and rolls. I was able to hit AD in a couple pocket passes. He was able to finish them. So, got him in a great rhythm early on, and I think that carried on to the fourth quarter for us.
Prior to tonight, one of the better games you guys played, even while the stretch was been tough, was in OKC. And it was a big assist night for you, a big assist night for the team. And you beat a good quality opponent. Is that part of what the recipe could be for you guys moving forward?
Can be. Can be. But obviously, every game has its own challenges. But, I would say the year that we won a championship, I led the league in assists. And, not comparing that team because that's a hell of a team that year when we won it. But it's always been, good ingredients when I have those, good assist games where I feel like everybody's getting involved. But when I have those high assists, most of them go to AD. And that means that's very well. And that works well for our team because he's big time for us.
There have been times this year, LeBron, where he's had huge first quarters and teams have adjusted and the ball just kind of hasn't found his way back to him as much. How important is it for you guys moving forwards to keep finding ways to adjust to teams' adjustments and still get him his touches and feed him?
Yeah, I mean, I think he had 6 assists tonight too, right? So, even with them making adjustments, because they did double him at some point, he had 6 assists as well to go along with those points that he had in the free throws. So, he was just clicking on all cylinders. So, but it's always important for us to, look for AD throughout the game, finding ways to adjust to the adjustments that other team go against him, because obviously teams know how dynamic he is.
How about just what he did in the last minute of the game? He blocked a shot, he hit free throws, made buckets. I mean, you may not win without what he was able to do there.
No, we can't win without AD. It's impossible.
LeBron, some of the second unit groups that you've been in, like second quarter, fourth quarter, have been better lately. Seawood's been in there more often. Max, Vando, like what have you found with those groups after they weren't as effective earlier in the season?
I don't think they were very effective earlier in the season. We just didn't have time. I think we're getting into a rhythm of rotations and lineups and things of that nature. You kind of know who you're going to be out there with. So the more minutes that you log, the more continuity that you get on the floor, and we kind of know where we want to get to offensively and defensively, so that helps.
What impressed you the most about Cam?
I think he was always ready offensively. I think he had one miscue, where he kind of bobbled the ball, whatever the case may be, but he was very shot aggressive. I feel like teams kind of, try to force him to make shots or want to, force him to shoot. And there's times where, he's in between. And I thought tonight, when the ball found his hands, pretty much he was ready to let it go. And obviously, defensively, he's always great.
Their coach was absolutely irate about the fourth quarter discrepancy in free throws, 23-2. How did you see did you see it called fairly in the fourth quarter?
I felt like they fouled and we didn't.
Last question.
With Seawood specifically, outside of the shot making, what's the biggest difference you've seen from him the past couple of weeks compared to early in the season?
Who?
Seawood.
Who, Seawood?
Yeah, Christian.
Man, that man only care about a bucket. So when he get rhythm, and he know he gonna play, Seawood care about buckets. That's Seawood, all right. And he did a good job. He does a good job of also rebounding for us. But I just think it's a rhythm thing for our team. But you ask Seawood, Seawood's all about a bucket.
Thanks, OJ.
Thank you.
I don't know why that was a whole lot of nothing. Sorry about that. Everyone's like, oh my God, LeBron went off on. Okay, let's bring on Stevo. To anyone who wants to call in, you can definitely call in. The link is in the description. Love to hear from more people. We'll definitely play a little bit of a recording of the Twitter spaces from earlier with Jake Fischer. What's going on, Stevo?
Hey, how are you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you? Long time.
I'm great. First of all, I think this is the next level for the Raptors. I think this is when nothing goes right for you, you have to figure out how to win. Right. So I think I love the coach for what he did. I think I'm watching on TV, but I think Dennis Schroeder was getting tripped an awful lot tonight. And I think the Raptors players actually stood up for him, right? So I think this is you're building team chemistry, right? So
sure. Yeah, I mean the Raptors were, up in Santa Monica doing the bike stuff, and they every single time they've been on the road, they found something to do. They went to St. Jude's, they did that. This part of togetherness, and you can see it in the huddles. You can totally see it in the huddles. You can see it in the ATOs. Yeah. There's there's a concerted effort to pay attention to what the other person's saying. There's more calling out things on defense. Scottie was talking a lot on defense in the fourth quarter. Emmanuel quickly talks a lot on defense. I think that this is infectious. Yeah. I've really liked Siakam a lot more the last few games. I think he's been a little bit better defensively. I think he's just, I watch him a lot. Like I hawk in on him a little bit just to see where his effort is defensively. And I liked it tonight. I think he was overall good. Didn't force anything stupid, didn't, just kind of let the offense flow. There was no like, oh, let me get mine. These guys got enough of theirs. Nothing like that. So it was good. It was good. It was all within the rhythm.
I love that pass from Scottie Barnes to Siakam. You can't stop that pass. Like that pass and that, like, you can't stop that sequence, right? So I think that's where we got to like look at, like, this is the next level for the Raptors, where we got to look at, like, sometimes the game isn't going to be called the way we wanted it to be called, right? And if we can get to that level, like, I was surprised Siakam got that play. But overall, like, I'm really enjoying RJ Barrett. Quickly is somebody that I think the league didn't value, and I think we saw it tonight, right? Like, quickly, they don't look at as quickly as a star, but we look at as quickly as a star, right? So
right,
gonna get that quick 6 fouls, and that's gonna be it for him, right? So one person I would like to say, though, I don't think anybody noticed, but I do think Gary Trent Jr. stepped up a little bit tonight. I think he got some tiny blocklets. Yeah, it was good. It was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think he was tough overall. I think he really did a great job, and the Raptors needed that tonight because they didn't get a lot from their bench. They really didn't.
I think we double teamed really quickly on LeBron, right? And I think we got to trust our defenders at least to affect the point of attack a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But overall defense, I think tonight was actually really, really good. Like, I'm actually thinking like the defense on the defense, and Young. I actually love Thaddeus Young. I watched him my whole life, right? Like, growing up, and Thaddeus Young was one of those players. I think he definitely doesn't have a step he used to have.
Yeah,
and I think that hurt the Raptors, but veteran leadership is, like, everybody was up on the bench giving them high fives on the way out, right? So
absolutely. Yeah. Danish Sahota saying Gary stays. Yeah, and if he plays like this, he could stay as long as he likes. All right, Stevo, thanks a lot for calling in, man. I really appreciate it.
All right, thanks for having me, Rob. All right,
cheers. It is late. It is 2:16 in the morning. I don't know, man. There's I know that the overwhelming majority of people are just going to wake up tomorrow and say it was all on the refs. I think the Lakers played tough. I think overall they played a good game. This is not one of those times where you caught a team, they napped a little bit, they played you soft, and then you caught them sleeping, and then you built up a big lead, and then they collapsed. You know what I mean? Sometimes teams beat themselves. I don't think the Lakers beat themselves tonight. Point out one funny thing. We have been pushing for Scottie Barnes All Star, All Star, All Star. Well, guess what? A 2-minute viral clip in which his coach emphatically declares that he will be the future face of the league is about to get millions of views. As much as I think that this channel is doing for Scottie's All Star odds, asking everyone to vote, vote.nba.com every single day. We ask people to vote. As much as I think I personally am doing with my 5 different accounts at this point, 6 different accounts, getting my girlfriend to vote twice a day, voting every single time there's one of those 3 times vote days. There's nothing that I'm ever going to do for Scottie that is going to be as relevant as a multi-million view clip that is going to go viral across the league right now. I mean, look at the views right now. It's going to be millions of views by tomorrow. People love watching coaches snap. I don't know what it is. It's a sick fetish. Nothing that I'm going to do is ever going to do as much for Scottie as Darko Rajakovic just did for Scottie, declaring him an all-star and a face of the league. And when a coach, like, see, here's the thing. When he talks, you believe him. So I think like people are going to start honing in a little bit on Scottie, for better or for worse. You know, maybe it's not the greatest thing. His handle is not super tight. There was a couple of times tonight where you noticed that he doesn't navigate in tight spaces as well as you would like to. Its dribble is still too high. However, that being said, the attention that he's drawing, the attention that Siakam is drawing, is opening up all sorts of opportunities for RJ Barrett and Emmanuel Quickley to attack. And as long as Scottie and Pascal continue to be, let's say, willing teammates, that they're willing to take a bit of a dip in the numbers to allow the team offense to work better, as long as they're allowing, you know, Gary Trent Jr. and Chris Boucher to have their 17, 20 points when the offense dictates it, as long as even they're allowing, you know, Dennis Schroeder to pop up for 40 every now and again when he's taking shots in rhythm, this offense will be better off for it. And look, you have a top 5 offense since this trade. Nothing that happened tonight changes that. Top 5 offense? Now, can we fix the defense? It's going to be hard. You know, you're going to go the next 2 weeks, a very tough stretch of the schedule, and you're going to go without, you know, you're going to go without one of your best defenders in Jakob Poeltl. Granted, he's definitely limited offensively, but putting Thaddeus Young in there is like putting a shrunken down, way worse version of Jakob Poeltl. And I understand the theory, as I said earlier, of keeping the continuity on the bench. But I genuinely think that if this team wants to win, they're going to have to change it up. They're going to go away from their philosophy. And I wonder if they saw enough tonight to say, maybe this isn't the best way to go. That all being said, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow, you know, Thaddeus Young starts. Okay. I'm going to pull I don't think I'm going to pull my camera off. What I'm going to do is, hang on one second. I'll give you guys an opportunity to hear the Jake Fischer live Twitter space. Hang on. Let me just pull it up. Let me just pull up a picture and put it on the screen. I'll apologize in advance that you're just going to have this dude staring at your face, but hang on one second. Okay. Let's put this on the screen. So to those of you who don't know, Jake Fischer is an NBA insider. He's the guy who effectively he broke the OG news. He's also the one guy who had Scottie going to the Raptors when everyone else said he was going to this, when we were going to pick Suggs. So he is a guy who knows a little bit. I think he said some very interesting things about Pascal's trade value, the teams that are interested in him. You watch a game like tonight, you're probably like, why should the Raptors trade Pascal Siakam? Believe me, it goes beyond this year, and there's a lot of reasons why. But let's take a listen at this. I'll pull myself off the screen and let's just listen to it.
Oldest. Like, who's more interested?
Man, I don't know if I can do that at this point. I mean, definitely could have like ranked Indy as like the number 2 behind New York for OG, if that makes sense. But right now at Pascal, I don't know if there's like a clear front runner. Because if you look at Indy, you know, the same thing that applied with the Pacers for OG, the Pacers are going to have plenty of cap space next summer. So why, in theory, should Indiana give up multiple pieces akin to the OG, the RJ, Emmanuel Quickley return that Toronto got for OG when like they do feel like they could sign Pascal and free agent? Same would go for Detroit. So I don't know who exactly. I mean, the team that I think that seems most motivated to get better of all those teams would be Sacramento, but also, I mean, Dallas is now starting to like emerge as a Western Conference contender that's like on the phones trying to see what's available for Rashawn Holmes and Tim Hardaway Jr.'s name's coming back up again. So I don't know if that's enough to get Toronto's attention on it. So I really can't like rank it right now or handicap it, but I'd say those are the 4 teams to just keep on your radar at this point.
Gotcha. Zazu, go ahead.
Yeah, man, good stuff. Shout out to Raph and Nigel for getting
just to reiterate, he said that the 4 teams were Dallas, Indiana, Gosh, what did he say? He said Dallas, Indiana, Atlanta? Did he say Atlanta? I'll go back and check later. But yeah, effectively, he did not include Golden State and Sacramento in that. That's the big bombshell. I believe he also said Washington or Detroit. But yeah.
Jake Fischer here, man. You guys are doing some good stuff, man. Appreciate the show, man. Hey, Jake, real quick, Zazu from Raptors Space, real quick. Just a follow-up question with what Raph asked you. It'll be the opposite. So with Pascal Siakam, what's the likelihood for extension with the Toronto Raptors? Because I have heard talks of a potential extension happening, but I just want to know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, if he's not traded, then the Raptors basically have to give him an extension. They really won't be able to risk the thought of back-to-back summers where Fred VanVleet walks for nothing and the chance that Pascal does the same. So I think if he isn't moved, the chances are really high that those conversations happen again. But at this juncture, I think the Raptors are trying to see what they can get back for him more than trying to think about a long-term future.
I'm sorry?
Hey, Jake. How's it going, man? It's Robert from Pensaria Basketball.
What's up?
Just wanted to ask you, hey, man. So just wanted to ask you, the comparison between this Fred and Siakam thing, it's been done a lot. But I think one thing that makes this really different is that the Raptors, this is a real max player. This is not someone who's like, most teams are, the teams that would be trading for him right now would know that they'd have to max him out. So what advantage do you think that the team that holds his bird rights has with that 5th year?
It's probably going to be an advantage if all things are equal. Like if he's looking at a 5-year full max and a 4-year max, the indication I'm getting now is that it's like with OG, I think certain markets and certain winning situations were going to be a priority for him if he did get to the open market this summer. I mean, he still could, obviously, but I think there's definitely general expectation all things will be wrapped up with New York. With Pascal, I mean, it does seem like the driving factor there is just where the money's at, and that's not to say anything other than like this is a business and he's turned 30. This might be his last chance to really get into free agency and make that. Like, I think that's a fair prerogative to have. So yeah, if we're looking at things through that lens, I think the biggest dollar figure that's going to be on the table for Pascal Siakam is what he's going to take this summer, just like what Fred did with Houston. Like, that was the number. That was what he wanted after an undrafted guy. I mean, their situations are very different, but undrafted guy, he wanted to get what he thought was he deserved. And I think Pascal wants that too.
I guess what my follow-up to that would be is, like, when you have a team like Indiana that's not really a free agent destination, the cap space may not necessarily be the thing that moves them, but having his bird rights and being able to offer the 5th year with the max raises might be the thing that skews it in their perspective. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. At this point, the only thing I can say is that money that we know, that I know, is that the most money is what he's looking for at this juncture.
All right, thank you, Jake. Keenan, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, Jake? Just quick question. I noticed you named a bunch of other teams. You didn't mention Golden State. Are they out of the running now? They're looking another direction, or?
Yeah, I think sometimes people take like the running and these talks are going like a little too literally and linearly. Like a lot of times what happens are like one GM calls the assistant GM of another team that they have a good relationship and they just kind of start talking about general things. We like these guys on your team. You guys like these guys on our team. And these are our price points. And this is the type of positional need we're looking to address. And like with Golden State, I think Pascal, in theory, like what he brings and what he does is something that could be really intriguing fitting into that group. Sorry, my AirPod.
No, did we lose Jake there? No, he's here. He's just getting his AirPods.
That Pascal Siakam getting.
Tweet at me, and then
next deal is going to actually make sense on the Warriors cap sheet. And from that standpoint, like I'm not ruling them out, but I'm just not considering them a real top tier candidate for him, let's say, just because the math isn't really making sense, I think, for people inside that building in Golden State, but also just from my vantage point looking at it. It doesn't seem like the perfect marriage in like on the cap sheet as it does like in principle, if that makes sense.
What about the Kings? The Raptors fans just think that we wanted Keegan Murray or it's a no deal, but we also saw reports of Harrison Barnes. So can you shed some light on that?
Yeah, I can't really add much more to like specifics of the packages because it's so difficult to keep tabs on what's accurate there or not. But the Kings definitely don't want to part with Keegan Murray. I can tell you that. That's one thing that is like write that in stone and in Sharpie and whatever about any Sacramento trade talk between now and until we have real reason to believe that Keegan Murray isn't becoming what the Kings think he can become. So they are looking to move Harrison Barnes. That is pretty definitive, I'd say, polling other teams that have talked to Sacramento. And I think Kevin Huerter is another player that the Kings are open to moving, but I don't know exactly what the breakdown. I've heard some things. I've heard various accounts of what the actual breakdowns were, but there are multiple sides to that story, and I don't really have much more specifics to bring right now. But I can tell you, yes, Keegan Murray would not have been involved. Harrison Barnes, definitely someone that the Kings are looking to move to go acquire someone such as Pascal Siakam. So. Are they going to look at other guys like Jeremy Grant or Kyle Kuzma from here too? Like, that's all possible. I don't necessarily think the Kings are just looking at Pascal. I think they're looking at the fact that Harrison Barnes is kind of like a loose wheel in their starting lineup right now, and they're trying to see if they can upgrade at that position.
Gotcha. Just a follow-up question before we pivot from Pascal. How is his value around the league? Like what? Like, have you heard anything regarding that?
Obviously, people like him, and he's an All-NBA talent, and a lot of teams are eager about the idea to bring him in. But I think when you talk about value, the value of him at and approaching 30 as an expiring contract with pretty high demands to be expected in the open market this summer, and the fact that his shooting is starting to be a little bit questioned. I know he went on a large tear at the end of 2023 and through the first couple games here. But I think that's still the alarm bells have been sound from rival teams about the idea of his shot not aging so well as he ages. And I think that's potentially limiting him as well. So those two are all those compounding factors. I don't think his value really is as high as I would guess Raptors fans would think. I don't think it's not zero, but I also don't see this like absolute, like there was definitely a more aggressive bidding war for Jrue Holiday than there is happening right now, from my understanding, for Pascal Siakam.
Raptors fans aren't gonna like hearing that. I'll tell you.
And they didn't, because that was the talk of the entire space for pretty much the next hour. How can Pascal Siakam be worth less than Jrue Holiday? A lot of conspiracies. Is it because of the bubble? Is it because of the meltdown? Is it because of the marketability? Stevo, if you're listening, can you please stop calling in? Like, you've already been on. I don't understand why you keep showing up backstage. I've kicked you 4 times just to, like, you just have to clear the way, guy. So if you keep calling back in, I'm gonna have to ban you. Please don't keep calling in. You can just watch the show on YouTube. You don't have to watch it on StreamYard. Okay. To the point of, what is the value around the league? I think it's a little bit like somewhere in the middle between, the diehards, like he's worth everything and teams view him as like a first option, versus he has no value. You're gonna have to settle for Harrison Barnes. It's not quite that simple. You have to consider the Raptors' perspective on this as well, but you also have to consider the other side. The other side being, what is he to a team where he's definitively behind somebody who's a better player than Scottie Barnes? Like, talent-wise. I'm not saying Trae Young's a better player than Scottie Barnes, but he's a more talented offensive player, more polished offensive player right now than Scottie. He's also a guy who fits with Scottie really well. Tyrese Halliburton, yesterday we talked about his injury. We saw it happen last night. And probably a really great thing for the Indiana Pacers is that he'll be reevaluated within 2 weeks. And hopefully he doesn't miss more than a month. That injury looked horrible when it happened. So that could skew the Indiana Pacers' desperation and thinking. And, we've seen the Raptors, when they were clinging on to their season or trying to give themselves a boost, they gave up, first round picks for Thaddeus Young and Jakob Poeltl. You're telling me a team wouldn't give up 2 first round picks for Pascal Siakam? Of course they would, because just like the Raptors were buyers at the last 2 deadlines when they clearly should have been sellers, there are other teams that definitively will be buyers because they believe that Pascal Siakam pushes them over the edge. And, Pokey Marquette saying Darko would unlock Asar. Yeah, I think Asar would be great, but I don't think you're getting him. So I think from the Raptors' perspective, you have to look at this and say, which team is due to be desperate within a few weeks? And which of these teams can you call their bluff? I think Golden State Warriors, it's a really interesting situation. I was poking around a little bit with people who are in the Bay Area that cover that team, and they said there's a bit of a divide in terms of how the team management see Kuminga and how the ownership sees Kuminga. The ownership loves him. They really like him. I don't know why. Maybe they think of him as like the future. They think of him. They see stuff in him that isn't there. Whereas the team that employs him, the coaches that coach him, the players that play with him, probably don't see that same star upside. And, owners can be, we all remember Vivek Ranadive. It's got to be Stauskas. Now, Joe Lacob is not Vivek Ranadive. He's a considerably smarter man in terms of basketball than him, but sometimes owners get in their own head that this guy is untouchable. He's our future franchise, etc. Maybe they like something about him. So I just think that, if a deal came up, they might blow it up, and if they blow it up, then it doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense to get someone like Pascal Siakam in the door. But if they do decide to go one more run, it's just like there's so many things going wrong in Golden State right now. How do you even fix it? Does Pascal Siakam alone fix what's going on with Golden State? No. But the combination of getting Siakam plus getting rid of one of the pieces that are not working, like an Andrew Wiggins or a Chris Paul, could skew the balance, right? So it's an addition by subtraction and a subtraction by addition. So I think you got to look at it from that point. And then, as I mentioned before, there are teams out there that think of Siakam as the final piece, right? You can certainly see the interest from the Sacramento Kings side. Now, they've said they don't want to include Malik Monk. They don't want to include Keegan Murray. They only want to include Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter. Now, here's the thing. For the Raptors side, the Raptors are allegedly not looking at draft picks as the major haul compensation for Pascal Siakam. They want players who they can win with now. Now, this was the reporting 3 weeks ago, prior to them making this trade. They didn't get a lot of picks back in this trade. So the way I see it is OG plus Siakam was one trade. Just so happens that you have to do it with two different teams at two different times. It doesn't hurt to get back draft picks, especially if those draft picks are soonish. If they're 2024, 2025, 2026, it's great. If they're 2030, maybe not so great. Maybe that's a little bit outside your window in terms of what you really value as a team right now. But the Raptors really seem to be valuing players instead of like draft compensation. And I think that there's a clear reason for this. They intend to win. They want to be good right now. They want to build, something that resembles a playoff contender. Maybe not a championship contender this year, but a playoff contender, a team that can give a team a fight in the first round. And it seems like they're pushing for that. And a team that is focused on that would never have lost to Charlotte. A team that is focused on that would have never lost to Detroit. So if this focus had existed earlier in the year, maybe you're close to 500 right now, and we're not talking about panicking, and we're not talking about, an uphill climb. But they dug themselves into a hole. But as this team has done all year, they're trying to fight back. And thankfully, the alarm bells have rung, 36, 37 games into the season. Really, the alarm bells rung at 32. So if you change your pace trajectory, so let's say at 32 games, for the first 32 games, you were on pace for like a 30-win season. And for like the next 50 games or so, you're on pace for like a 50-win season. Like if you can skew it that much, you're in the play-in. You're at minimum in the play-in. In the East, you're in the play-in. And that means you have a shot, a one-game shot. And the iconic words of Masai Ujiri will haunt us forever. Play-in for what? But, we saw it last year. Miami Heat play-in for something. Have some battle scars. A play-in game is like a playoff game. May not count as a playoff game, but it's like a playoff game. And you'll find out a lot. And you know what? I just saw a team battle really hard. And this is a team that's still getting used to each other. I wouldn't want to see the Raptors in a play-in if I'm, Brooklyn or anyone, Chicago, whoever is going to be there, Atlanta. I think for the Raptors, the other side that complicates this is how do you get pieces that make you better than Pascal Siakam's currently making you, right? I mean, right now he's playing really well for you and you're still losing. So how do you expect that the pieces you get back are going to help you win more than what Pascal Siakam's doing right now? The downside on the Siakam contract, of course, is, as we mentioned, the fifth year. I'm not going to talk about it again because it's getting repetitive, but that fifth year will be paying him close to $60 million unless you front load the contract, which you'll never agree to. Be close to $60 million when he's 35. That's not exactly an easy to move contract if 2 years down the line you decide it's not working. The Raptors are all about flexibility. They have moved on from Kyle Lowry when the contract became too rich. They always chose 3-year extensions with Lowry. They did a 4-year extension with Fred. They did a 4 or 5-year extension with Siakam, but that's it. Like 4-year extension, 3+1, I think, with OG, 2+1 with Gary. This is a team that really, really likes flexibility. They really like to give themselves a little bit of flexibility. They like to give players a little bit of flexibility, but they like this maneuverable contract. And 5 years, Supermax, Pascal Siakam, 30 to 35 is not a very movable contract from a roster flexibility standpoint. You can debate all day if he's worth it. I don't care. It's the flexibility element of team building that I'm more concerned about. So I think that the Raptors will make a trade. The date to watch out for is January 15th. The Jrue Holiday perspective, I think, caught a lot of people off guard. But to be fair, one, I think a lot of people underrate Jrue Holiday, number one. Number two, Jrue Holiday, Alex Caruso, OG Anunoby, Al Horford. There's a lot of guys in the league that fit this mold, some better, some worse, of portable players. What are portable players? Otto Porter is a portable player. Players who are really smart, who can fit in anywhere, who don't need a ton of usage, who can adjust to different roles on different teams, who are really high IQ. That's a portable player. You're seeing OG Anunoby, 5-game win streak for the Knicks. They're running off, with him. He's portable. Every team that was trading for him knew that the runway and the adjustment time to getting him acclimated to their offense was virtually nil. From another team's perspective, implementing a player like Pascal Siakam successfully into your offense and winning a championship has never been done. The last two big additions that went on to win a championship that I can remember are Rasheed Wallace and Marc Gasol. Those two players have much more in common with OG Anunoby and Jrue Holiday than they do with someone like Pascal Siakam. You don't trade Jerry Stackhouse, midway through the year. So if a team is going to make a deal for Siakam, I hope the Raptors realize there is a diminishing return on waiting too long. What the Raptors need to do is they need to thread the needle. The Raptors are big on data. They're collecting data right now about what this team is right now. They're also collecting data on what the upside of this team collectively as it's built right now is. Could you make a playoff push? Or are you going to be 10th, 9th, fighting for 10th or 9th? What's the odds? What are the odds that he could leave in the offseason? All of these things are baked in. The equation is never as linear as they like Siakam, they don't like Siakam. He's worth the money, he's not worth the money. It's not about that. It's about 16 different factors that you have to look at all together. If you'd like to call in, link is in the description. We did have a caller waiting. I guess I talked too long and they have disappeared. But if you'd like to call in, here's a link in the description. 509 of you in here. Please give this video a like. We are just really waiting for this Raptors post game. I would love to hear the full Darko Rajakovic clip as opposed to, great, it has been released. Perfect. At last. Okay, I wonder how many players or people talked to the media today, but we're gonna play it. It's an 8-minute clip, so hopefully. Oh no, it says it's not available. Hang on. Give me one sec, guys. Do my best here. Sometimes when a video is just released, it's not easy to convert, but this one is converting perfect. Dun, 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 and 3, 2, 1. Okay, got it. Perfect. Okay, let's put it up. Darko Rajakovic, full presser.
Shot with 23 free throws in that fourth quarter. What did you?
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight?
I apologize for anyone who heard this earlier, but I could use listening to this again. No worries.
This is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like, how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scottie Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scottie Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been holding it back. It's a complete crap.
Coach, do you feel like you're getting any explanations at all? That offensive foul, did you see, get any explanation?
No, there is no explanation. They just come up there, they review and they see what they want to see. They don't want to hear us what we got to say. They don't want to hear the players. They don't just want to protect us. Over the game, they got 36 free throws, 23 free throws in the fourth quarter. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? How are we supposed to play?
Is this a one-off, or do you feel this has been happening to your team a lot throughout the season?
It's happening a lot, but I'm telling our guys, be professional, keep fighting, keep going for the next one. But until when? For how long?
You've been around a while. I mean, when a coach really takes, I don't know if everyone let you know, but Darko really came in here, really was very hard on the officials. And when a coach, is willing to take a fine like that and really speak up, how do players react to something like that?
Excuse me. It just says that he's all for us. He's all for us as a family, as a team. We're always going to stick together. We're always going to be behind one another, and he's always been behind us since day one coming in here. He's going to continue to fight for us, and we love Darko to death. We definitely think the world of coaching, and we appreciate him going to bat for us. But this was a tough game for us. Things happen towards the end of games and throughout the course of games, and calls are made, calls are missed. It happens. And we just got to move on to the next one.
What was your game plan, I guess, by committee against Davis?
Just like you said, just by committee. Obviously, him and Bron's gonna have the ball in their hands 80-90% of the time. So, a lot of shots is gonna go up. A lot of opportunities for them, and for us, it's just about just playing basketball. But I think for us, it's just we had a few miscues and a few balls that didn't go our way.
Thad, when you think about just the level of preparation that you still put in every single day, and then to have this moment that you could seize and take advantage of, what does that discipline look like for you at this point of your career?
Just next man mentality. No matter how or what the situation is, just always be ready. Just always have that next man mentality. When Yaka goes down, your number's called, you got to just be ready. And I put in a lot of time, a lot of preparation each and every day. With our play groups and playing with the coaches and playing with other guys on the team, and just making sure that I'm always going to be there as a leader and be vocal. And just going out there and just making sure that I'm helping my team as much as possible and doing it to the best of my abilities. But seizing the moment and opportunity, I've been around a long time, so I understand exactly what that means, and I understand how to go out there and do it.
I mean, to know that you're locked into the game plan, all of that, but on the human side of things, is there any parts of you that knows that you're going up against LeBron James for the 40th time?
Yes.
And you're not sitting there like, dang, I've been here a minute.
Yeah, it was like the first thing I said was like oh shit. I get to start against Anthony Davis and LeBron. It's a heck of a start, right? But I'm all for the battle. I'm a warrior, and I've been doing this for years. Like I said, over 1,000 games played, just like those guys. So, it's just a matter of just going out there and just continuing to battle and continuing to be a leader and continuing to fight.
Just what type of value does IQ bring, not just on the court, but when you see him skipping, and now you got the whole bench skipping. What does that do? Is his positivity contagious?
Yeah, for sure. For them, those guys found new life coming to our team and coming from a situation that they probably seen as difficult, and now they're in a different situation where they have more of an opportunity, and they're seizing the moment. RJ and IQ have done a really good job of coming in and getting acclimated to our system and just playing. And that's what I always preach to both of them: just play basketball and just make sure that you're taking advantage of the moments. And they've been doing a really good job of that. But IQ brings a lot to the game. He's a very, very good, solid guard, and he knows how to go out there and play. He's gonna make shots, and he's gonna put us on his back sometimes, in games. And we're gonna have other players that's gonna do the same thing.
What have you been able to see from Scottie? I mean, obviously, this is not the first time that he's played the Lakers, but you go up against a guy like LeBron who doesn't shrink in the moment, and then you have a game like this that requires Scottie to not shrink in the moment. Have you seen that edge to Scottie develop over your time with him?
Scottie's going uphill. I mean, he's developing into what we all think Scottie can be, and he's showing it each and every night. He's worked on his jump shot. He's gotten better at that. He's making them at a high clip. He's getting downhill. He's punishing guys. He's rebounding the basketball. He's blocking shots. Like he's all over the court, and he's done a heck of a job in putting us on his back night after night. With the other guys, and but he's that type of player. He's that a high level player going into superstar mode. I see it for him, and he's continuing to work. And he's a very, very smart individual. He has a high basketball IQ. He knows how to play basketball, and that's what you love about him. That he knows how to play basketball. He doesn't just have the physical attributes, but he has the brain to go with it as well.
Just following up on what you said in terms of IQ and RJ to kind of breathe new life into this team. Do you feel like, you know, the rest of the guys responding to like their presence or their energy, I don't know what you want to quantify it as, have you seen them step up as well just because of, I don't know, maybe this change?
I mean, I think they're just playing basketball. I think we're all just playing basketball. Like, we're still in the process of like figuring certain things out. Like, obviously, like me being inserted with the starting unit, we have some things to figure out as well. But for the most part, I think, you know, we are doing very well, and we are going out there and doing the things that we need to do. You know, those guys, you know, like I said, they found new life coming here, and you know, they're playing at a super high level each and every night, and we're going to continue to need that, you know, throughout the course of this season. And I think they're more than capable of doing it and doing better.
Okay. We have Oak Tree 34 saying, like Rob said on X during the broadcast, loved all three at 21 points. Yeah, at one point, all three barbecue, BBQ. Interesting nickname for those guys. They all had 21 points, and of course Scottie finishes with 26. But yeah, let's bring on Samir. Samir, what's up?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you doing?
Good, man. Yeah, that was a rough run, the fourth quarter.
Are you a first-time caller?
Yeah. Well, you know me from Twitter Spaces. Samir from Twitter Spaces.
Oh, shoot. Hey,
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
what's going on?
Just chilling, bro. It's my first time on here, though. But
Sweet.
yeah, that fourth quarter was rough. It's not even the fact that, you know, they got so many calls. It's the fact that we didn't get any calls, right? Like Scottie Barnes, he was aggressive the whole night going to the basket. And the fact that he got hacked on several occasions and never got a foul call that's the part that's hard to deal with, right? And Ben Taylor is just, if I said what I really felt about this guy,
I get demonetized for sure. Don't worry, we already played the Darko Milicic clip going off on the referees at one point. We played the Darko Rajakovic clip. There's been a lot of anger and hostility in this chat. You can speak freely.
Yeah, no, it's just like it was a close game down the stretch. Both teams played well up into the fourth quarter, and just for the game to end that way is what's disappointing, you know.
It is disappointing.
But I'm looking forward to how the Raptors respond. You know, I want to see how they respond tomorrow, back to back against the Clippers. It's going to be a tough game, but that's what, like, this is like, to me, this is like a turning point game. You know what I mean? Like, this can really rally the troops, and you know, I want to see how they respond to adversity, because that night was definitely adversity.
Let's bring on Layne too. Layne, what's going on, man?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on? And we got Young. Oh, Young left. Young is one of our few Korean fans. Super cool. Already texted. Young, come back on, man. Layne, what's going on? What'd you think of tonight?
I thought there's 3 guarantees in life: death, taxes, and Ben Taylor screwing up Raptors games.
Well said. Yeah. Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean,
like, bro, what do you got against us? Fred's gone. Fred's in freaking Houston. He hates him. Like, why is he taking it out on us, man?
You know what's so funny is, like, it was last year. And it's not this channel, but there was a few other channels to when Fred said that. They actually piled it on Fred and said, "Oh, see, look, this isn't a leader. He's not taking accountability. Blah blah blah. All this shit." Turns out he's right. The dude's right. Like we figured that out. He's right.
Let's keep it a stack. I wasn't exactly supporting Fred VanVleet for his rant on the referees. I was actually using that as an example of how, because when he went off on Ben Taylor in the game, Jack Armstrong's like, that's a leader. But then when Scottie Barnes does it, he's just like, he needs to grow up. He needs to stop arguing with the referees. And I called that out. I didn't say anything to or against Fred, like he's not a good leader, because I thought it was funny. But but yes, he is right.
Yeah, he's 100% right. I mean,
he also has like a really punchable face. Wouldn't you agree? Like, he has the face of, like, if you went to like Chat GPT and said draw the most punchable face in the history of the world, I think it would draw Ben Taylor. He just has that face. He has the face of like a grocery store clerk who tells you not to look at items. Are you browsing or get out? Like, I feel like if I go to Best Buy, like No Frills or something right now, I'm gonna see Ben Taylor behind the cash register saying, "We don't accept hundreds, sir." Like, I don't know, man. This guy weird.
It's ridiculous. And the fact that he waits to see if the shot goes in before calling the foul is what takes me off.
Yes, that
And
exactly.
how many times did you see him look up at the Jumbotron to see the score? You know that's exactly what he's doing. Look, I've never seen a ref look up so many times at the Jumbotron to see the score. I felt like every time there was a shot that went in, bam, his head went straight up to the Jumbotron. I mean, you can walk through, and if you,
that's a claim. That's a claim.
I'm so serious. The whole fourth quarter, I promise you, his head.
Bro, this guy is trending.
Yeah.
Ben Taylor is trending hard. Let me share my screen for a second. I don't think we've ever had a tweet that got 1,000. What? 1,000 likes. We're not a big channel at all. That's 1,000 likes with 156 retweets. Oh my god! At 2 a.m. Yo, this guy's gonna go real viral.
If you search up Ben Taylor's name, your post is the first one that comes up.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot. That's great. This is a great way to hit 1,000 followers on X. Samir, did you agree with the start of Thaddeus Young? Like starting Thaddeus Young, what would you have done if you could have done something differently, or would you agree?
That's a good question. I see the thinking behind it. I think the thought process was keep the second lineup intact. Like you don't want to mess with the second unit. So I wouldn't have done that. I see what he was doing, so I didn't have an issue with it. I probably would have went with Scottie Barnes at the 5, like having Scottie Barnes guarding AD.
Me too.
And then so going a little bit small, not necessarily smaller, but I guess putting Scottie to the 5. But I think some Raptor fans really were upset about that. But I didn't have a problem with it. Like I understand the thought process behind starting Thad Young, having a vet out there. He taking up, he might get a couple fouls, but it's not going to affect the outcome of the game. So,
right.
Yeah, that's kind of my take on it.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people were going off about Scottie's usage with this new team. I think he got a few more shots tonight. That was kind of assured going in. He's really, really big in this arena. Like, I think he averages more points against the Lakers than anybody. And I think on the road, this is by far, like, he's had career high across the board first 2 years against this team. Why do you think he's rebounding less? I mean, this is a guy who genuinely gets like 12, 10, 8 rebounds a game. And he's down to, like, you look up and Scottie Barnes 2 rebounds. What's going on? You think it's just guarding the perimeter? Is he being less assertive?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think the easy answer is that he's on the perimeter, right? Like that's, if you look at it, you say, oh, he's on the perimeter. But I think somebody brought up in another space, rebounding, a lot of it is about effort and being positionally in the right spots, and just going out and getting it. And so I think you can attribute some of that to him being on the perimeter, but ultimately, I mean, the guy's 6'9", right? Like you should be able to get at least 5 or 6 rebounds. And if that means hustling, if that means boxing out, if that means, staying back and not going out in transition just to get a couple extra boards, then you have to do that. But yeah, how many boards did he have today?
Let's see here. I think he had 3, 4, something like that.
Yeah, let me look at it. I have it right
Might
here.
Might be 2.
Scottie Barnes. Yeah, 3 rebounds. Yeah, that's just not acceptable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like if you look at his game log, I mean, it's massive drops, right? Now, I'm all for like the shots dropping a little bit, the assists dropping a little bit. RJ is really, really impressing me.
Yeah.
Like he had a break, where he goes downhill. Scottie's the obvious pass. He skips that pass and he skips it across to Gary Trent Jr., gets him a clean 3. I thought it was a huge one. And he threw it with his left hand because he's a lefty, and it's great. Like he has bounced out this team in such a beautiful way. When we made this trade, I expected RJ to hopefully be better, and Emmanuel Quickley to sky. Like Emmanuel Quickley has been better, but it's RJ Barrett who is skying right now for me. Like he has been shockingly good. Mm-hmm. Apart from like maybe the first game, I think he had a 5 turnover game. He's been incredible. Yeah. Like, I think if you really, really like study like what he's doing, like sometimes he's attacking 3 defenders and he's getting clean looks at the rim. Mm-hmm. And I remember watching him in New York. And if he attacks 3 defenders in New York, that was a turnover or a block or a missed shot at the rim. Like they have, like I expected, you know, at 23 years old, there's a lot of upside on a prospect. This development staff is really so good. Like I have so much faith in Jama and Darko and their entire staff. Really, it's not just those two. I know I always reference those two, but it's really the staff top to bottom. When you look these guys and you looked up their professional resumes, everything was development. They were just like a cascading, you know, they have overwhelmed the development side of their coaching staff. And having a guy like RJ who has this natural talent, which I think, dare I say, there aren't two players on this team that have that kind of natural talent. Is that crazy to say? Like he's doing things not against like a miss. Oh, he got a cross match against the center and he took him hit off the bounce. No, he's attacking like a contest and getting to the rim and just shoulder boom. And it's very DeMar-esque to me. He's been very impressive.
And also because our team has a lot of athleticism, sometimes it's just about getting the ball at the rim, and because that allows your guys to get offensive rebounds, putbacks, easy buckets like that, right?
Yeah.
And he's not afraid to do it, whether it's in transition, in the low post, and just hunting. That's what he's doing. He's hunting the mismatches. Anybody that's his height or smaller, he's just going at them every single time. And I think it's opening it up for other guys to get open shots on the perimeter. So, yeah.
Has he been kind of Scottie-esque? Think about it. He grabs the boards. He's in the paint a lot. Mm-hmm. He's kind of operating a little bit in the rover, setting defensively. He pushes at every chance on offense. You don't see RJ hold and survey like Chris Boucher. He holds and surveys. Every time he grabs a rebound, he comes down, he clears it, he extends his elbows, then he finds Dennis. Dennis basically crawls up the court. RJ he grabs, he goes. He pushes, and he puts so much force at the center of the court.
Yep.
Yeah.
Typically a place where you previously had Siakam or Barnes. Interesting. Now you have him. He might actually be just as good at doing some of the stuff that those guys do, which begs the question, do you have a redundancy of overlapping talents here? I wonder. I mean, too much creation is not a bad thing, but too much of the same type of player could be a bad thing. A downhill attack guy who sometimes struggles with movement shooting, is similar size, etc. I think like you could make a case, right? Mm-hmm. How comfortable are you that the Raptors would actually float very well if Pascal Siakam was out and replaced with, say, a different type of player? Because right now it's like Siakam's getting a lot of corner catches, like one dribble attack pull-ups. He can do so much more than that. He can be a transition threat. Same with Barnes. Like Barnes goes right down the middle. He's verving. He catches the corner shooter. Like he catches back cutters and whatever. But it's like now with RJ, it's interchangeable pieces. I think it's like the pro of this is how does a team go out and guard three of these guys?
Yeah.
There's always going to be a guy that you're going to have to leave to cook. There just aren't. I can't think of a single team that has three defenders capable of guarding all three of these guys on the same night. Mm-hmm. So it's like do you have a redundancy or do you have a beautiful abundance? I'm curious. Like,
hey, do you want to take this one,
Layne?
Yeah. I believe it's a beautiful abundance. What's so strange is I think my opinion would be changed if he was 2 to 3 inches taller, to be honest with you. He's a very, very thick 6'6". And to be honest, he's probably either your second or third best rebounder on the team, depending on what you think of Jakob Poeltl. And the fact that not only is he thriving here,
mm-hmm.
but I mean, just the jumps he's taken in the first week and a half of being here is ridiculous. Like you watch from New York to this, it's night and day. And the thing about New York compared to Toronto is they expect him to play like a third overall pick, put up an efficient 20 every night. Dude, if he shoots the ball 12 times and puts up 16, 17 for us, hey, we're cool with it. Because he's not a third overall pick to us, quote unquote. We didn't draft him the third overall pick. So I think it's difference of expectations, and there's also difference of pressure. He's playing in his hometown, right?
Yep.
He puts up a stinker. Guess what? It's not Matter if the next night he puts up 25, right? In New York, he puts up a stinker. Guess what? All pressure's on him. And it was. I mean, you go back through Twitter, Instagram, you look at comments on posts after a bad game. I mean, the dude would get freaking cooked, fried, grilled. And you could just see just the mindset difference. He's playing so much more clearly. He's not forcing things. It's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of his numbers, granted, they're going to go up after today. This is just 4 games in, and just know that this would be like really good. 4 games. The 5th game actually was one of the best games of the bunch. So these numbers will go up even more from here. Right now, per 100 possessions, the highest 3-point percentage of his career by far, highest 2-point percentage by far, by a country mile, really. Previous high, like right now, is 54% field goal percentage. Previous high, 44 in his second year. 3-point percentage, 52. That'll come down for sure. Previous high, 40. In terms of his free throw percentage, is fine. Rebounds, 10 per 100 possessions. Again, previous high, second year, third year, 8.4. So he's been a decent rebounder for sure. Like 8.4 per 100 possessions for a guard wing, whatever he was playing there as a small forward with all the rebounders they already have, and Mitchell Robinson and Julius Randle and stuff. That's big time. But 32.3 points per game. That's crazy because he's the 4th option here. And I don't know if he's the 4th option. That's the crazy part. I don't know if he's the 4th option right now because it feels like it's like 4 guys, and it's like on any one night, like one of them's going to have 25 shots, you know? In terms of the analytics profile, lowest usage ever, pretty much since the second year. Second year, he was 23.4. This year's 23.7. So it's not like he's dominating possessions and getting like 40%, 32% usage. It's not a Cade situation. Highest win shares per 48, doubling his previous high. Highest box plus minus. He's never posted a positive box plus minus in his life. 2.2 offensive box plus minus. He has been 67% true shooting. It's going to go to 68 today. I mean, this is unsustainable as hell, but like 44% free throw rate. He has been so good for the Raptors. I could argue he has been your best player for the last 3 games.
Oh, that's what I said. I was in a space, space during the game, just talking about the game, and I said he's been the best player. I think he's been the best player in the whole, even including OG. Honestly, OG's been good. He's been really good. But in terms of the impact, I think RJ has been the best. But just on the back of your question, so I'm looking at the shot distribution here, right? You got 17 field goal attempts for Siakam, 13 for Barrett, 20 for Barnes, and 14 for Quickly. I mean, to me, that's not bad. It's pretty balanced.
Barnes also played most minutes, by the way.
Yeah,
He also played a ton of minutes with that bench unit, which had it was all him in that bench unit. He got a lot of his attempts in that. So I think it's worth noting that the 5 minutes he played with that unit and the last 2, I think up until like maybe the middle of the 4th, right? Or like to enter the 4th, it was very even between those 4 players. His usage jumped up massively in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, for sure. But like to me, it's not even about the shot distribution. That's not what my concern is. I do agree with you that there probably is some redundancy there. So my question is, if they do trade Siakam, what would be the most ideal position in terms of balancing out the team and avoiding having that sort of logjam at the forward?
Power forward, like you would swap them for another 4, but maybe like a switchable 4-3, 4-5. Ideally, a 4 who can play 5 and 3 would be great. So that's why I've been like looking at guys like Onyeka Okongwu and Jarris Walker as like my targets. The thing that were you in the space today when Jake Fischer came on?
No, I listened to the recording though, some of it.
Okay, cool. So we played a bit of the recording too. Shout outs to Raf Takes for setting that up. It was dope. Go follow Raf Takes on Twitter. I think what was interesting was like this concept of like, did you hear the part where he said Jrue Holiday at a hotter market than Pascal Siakam? Right. Yeah. So that became a big talking point. Like how can this be? But I think the perspective was from the portability and usage standpoint. Like it's much easier to implement a Jrue Holiday or an OG Anunoby into your offense.
Yeah.
So what teams do you guys see? I'll leave it to both of you. What teams do you guys see that really need him the most right now that can give up something good?
You can go ahead. I'll go after.
Oh, my fault, man. In my opinion, it's still the Pacers. Pacers or Kings. Those are the two teams where it's like, okay, if you're trying to make that push, take that next step. I don't see the Hawks as a viable option, to be honest, just because of their record. I don't think what they're going to give for the trade, and if even getting back Siakam, that doesn't really move the needle for them. It kind of feels like a treadmilling move because it's not like they're the deepest team in the league. But a team like the Kings or the Pacers who can afford to give up 2 to 3 pieces and a pick or two and still remain competitive. It's kind of what I'm looking at. I don't know. I don't think right now. I love the way he's playing. I don't think he's helping his trade stock though. Maybe he is. Maybe he's not. I hope we don't have box score GMs. I hope they're watching how he's playing in rhythm with the offense and in flow of the offense, and he's not completely taking control of the game.
I think the Raptors have caught a lot of people, I think they've caught a lot of people's red alert right now. I was listening to a Clippers pod and they were talking about like the upcoming game against the Raptors, and they're like, that's not going to be easy with the way they're playing. And honestly, like a month ago, they would have said that's a win. So I think people are registering that, if you can show other teams that he can do what he did tonight, like look at his 3-point shooting tonight. He was awesome, right? Yeah. This is the entire knock. Now there's 2 knocks, 3 knocks, 4 knocks. There's 4 knocks on Siakam that are viable knocks. Number 1, he won't sign with you. Number 2, he can't shoot threes. Number 3, his defense is falling off a little bit. And number 4, can you afford him? And, will he resign? Whatever. To the will he resign part, if you're listening to Jake talk about this, and I think I pretty much agree with everything he said in terms of this, he's looking for the most money. Team that holds his bird rights is the team that can offer him the 5th year, the maximum raises. It's a simple deal. Call his bluff. He's not going to a team that's going to offer him $60 million less, knowing where he's coming from in terms of how much money he's made throughout his career, how late he started his career. This is the chance at the generational life-changing money, okay? And leaving $60 million on the table is non-negotiable. If I'm his agent, I would literally fire him as a client if he pushed for 4 years. It'd be crazy. So if there's a team that's willing to trade him, all they need to know is I'm willing to extend 5 years. Boom, you keep him. Number 2, he can't shoot threes. Well, he's shooting threes a hell of a lot better now, isn't he?
Ever since first, it's bam, just light flip switched on. What is he, like 44, 45% since December 1st, something like that?
I don't think so. I don't think it's that high, but he's definitely trending closer to 40 than 30, and that's a good thing.
I will say this though, I think Indiana has the best package in terms of what we're looking for, but if there's one owner that is not afraid to make a swing and that wants to please their superstar, it's Mark Cuban in Dallas.
He doesn't own the team anymore.
No, but you're right. No, you're right. He doesn't own the team, but
he's still involved. He's still very involved.
He did an interview where he was asked directly, and he said, "I have full basketball operation, decision making wise."
And then he got off and he walked back on it, which was kind of funny.
Oh, he walked back on that?
He walked back on it. He said, "Well, all final decisions go through the new owners, obviously, but I get to make suggestions."
Yeah, but I still think Dallas is the team that.
For sure,
they're the ones that would go for it. Like because you have to maximize the years with Kyrie, and then Luka. There's always a worry that if they stall out, he could leave, right? So I'm not a huge fan of the Dallas offer, but I'm just saying if there's one team that I think would.
What is the Dallas offer?
I think it would have to be Tim Hardaway, Holmes, Hardy, and Josh Green,
and Prosper. I think it's like Oxy Prosper or something like that.
Yeah. You might have to switch out Prosper for one of those guys, but it's going to be.
The problem with doing these 5-for-1 deals, the Raptors don't have the space to absorb. And as much as I am for a Rudy Gay package, Pascal Siakam is much better than Rudy Gay. I've never said much that many times, but that's how much better he is than Rudy Gay. So I understand, like some people believe that because he played poorly in the bubble, 4 years ago, that because the whole world was at home, The whole world was watching. It's really hard to. He didn't have a bad game. He didn't miss a shot. He played like the worst player in the league.
Yeah.
Right. For 2 straight rounds, and his team lost, coming off a championship. It is something that it's weird. There are players that fade all the time. Guys like Jeremy Grant, Aaron Gordon, whatever. They fade, but they fade under the radar, right? They have bad stretches, bad weeks. It's unfortunately, that for Pascal Siakam, with all the good that he's done in his career, that ultimately the biggest storyline of his career is bubble. It's unfortunate, but it's the thing that people talk about the most. And if it's the thing people talk about the most, as an athlete, it's up to you to change the narrative for sure. And I'm sure if he had come out the next year and, made like a massive jump, like let's say like what he was doing last year, but sustained that for the whole year, I think a lot of people would have backed off and said, okay, redemption. If he'd come out and led this team to, rounds and rounds of wins in the playoffs and gone to the finals, I think people would have shut up about it. But that the redemption never happened.
Didn't he still make All NBA though? Didn't he still make All NBA the year after? Or am I remembering wrong?
I think he made All NBA that year, and then he made it that year. And then the next year was Tampa, and then the next year he made All NBA again. I think he made third team, if I'm not mistaken. So second team the year of the bubble, when and again, media was on his side. He made second team All NBA, which means that at that point, people thought of him at worst as a top 15 player in the NBA.
Yeah.
And
what about Tampa? Damn.
I think he's a better player today than he was back then.
I think he's a more complete player by far.
But his passing is so much better. His athleticism and defense have maybe taken a slip, and his rebounding or whatever. But man, like, put in the right situation, this is like you really are getting a top 20 player. And I kind of empathize with his fans as well, like the ones who say like, wow, people are really sleeping on this guy, because I get what they're saying. At the same time, it's one thing to be that. It's another thing to be that on a night-to-night basis and play like that for a whole season. Like, the best week of Siakam is right up there with the best week of any other superstar. Close. Like, outside of the top 7-8 guys, like the next group, like the Donovan Mitchells of the world, like that group, he's right there.
But when it comes to the bubble thing, though, right? Do you see that as a fan reputational hit, or as like a front office league-wide thing?
I think it's more fan. I think the fan perceives it different than the front office does, because at the end of the day, like, a lot of the guys in the front office are NBA players, and they understand. Like, the players were notified that the bubble was going to happen, 3 weeks before it happened. So you had 3 weeks pretty much after 4 months off to prepare for an NBA season. There was a lot of guys who pooped the bed. Like, you look at that Clippers team, they pooped the bed.
Kyrie Irving didn't even show up.
Yeah, like there was that Rockets team.
What if Siakam just said, you know what, I'm concerned about health. I think this is irresponsible. I'm not showing up. He would have done his career a great service by doing that.
Yeah,
a massive service. If he was not ready to play, and he was this bad, and he was this out of shape, I mean, the Raptors had no way of knowing what Jaylen Brown was going to do to him. But when a guard shuts down a big in the post one-on-one like that in critical moments of the game, it's not failing. It's how you fail. Sometimes how you fail and where you fail. Everyone is at home. There's nobody who didn't watch those games, right?
A lot of guys failed in the bubble. I think Giannis got outscored 73 to 66 points in a 4-game series against the Heat by a role player. Like, I forget who it was exactly, but I mean, he got his butt kicked.
Dude, Giannis got his ass whooped, against the Raptors. I mean, he had a good series, and then we shut off the water, and then everyone was like, can you win a game? Can you win a series? Can you win a championship with this guy? And then, of course, they do win that championship. And I just want to say, for all the asterisks that people put next to the Raptors championship, for all the asterisks that people put next to the Lakers championship, all the asterisks, the one championship that I think deserves the biggest asterisk is the Milwaukee championship.
Yep.
Frankly, they just completely, apart from that KD 3, step line, whatever, it was smooth sailing. They played the Phoenix Suns in the finals, man. The Raptors had to play the Warriors, a dynastic team that, granted, had two injuries, man. They had to go through Milwaukee. They had to go through Philly. Sheesh.
If we don't win the finals, Philly wins the finals. So
Yes,
technically,
exactly.
we had
So
to play.
we had our finals, and that's why Kawhi's game 7 winner is so big, because it really was like that was his finals. You know,
Dude, Jimmy was cooking late in that game too. If we go to overtime, it's scary.
Was it Jimmy, Tobias,
Jimmy
Ben, and Joel Embiid?
Joel,
JJ Redick. JJ
Right.
Redick was
JJ Redick. I mean, that team was so stacked. The fact that Doc Rivers kept his job after losing that series,
ridiculous.
totally ridiculous.
Every time we beat them in that series, it was only about like 3 or 4 points. Every time they beat us, it was 20-30.
Honestly, this one's saying Raptors Nation saying not Philly, stop it. Milwaukee was better.
No,
I
they
don't
weren't.
think so. I definitely don't think so. But I do agree with you that Milwaukee was a top 5 team that year. So you faced 3 of the top 5 teams, among which you were one of them. You were one of the top 5 teams. You played 3 of them on your way to the championship. Just because one of them happened to get some injuries, that doesn't mean the Raptors had one of the toughest paths to the championship. Period, bar none.
And also, when it comes to the playoffs, it's all matchup driven. Like the Philly was a terrible matchup for us.
Nightmare.
We had small guards and they had big wings. Like that was just a bad matchup.
Their point was Ben Simmons. We were outsized everywhere, other than at small forward. Kawhi had it over Jimmy. That was it.
Barely.
They're
both 6'6".
Embiid is bigger than Mark, but Mark was a good matchup. But still, come on. We play a game to 21. Embiid beats Marc Gasol 21-5. It's not close. Marc Gasol is just a really good team defender.
He played great man-to-man defense in that series, man.
He did.
He was incredible. He put on a masterclass of post defense. And honestly, I would hope that at some point someone sits Jakob Poeltl down, does that Clockwork Orange thing where they extend his eyes open and make him watch Marc Gasol defensive highlights. He's not a bad defender, but he has all the physical tools to be as good a defender as Marc Gasol. But the IQ of Gasol, the commitment and the technique of Gasol, it's just clear to me that Gasol was better coached. At a young age, he was just one of the most well-coached players, not only in Memphis, but also with the Spanish national team. Man, they coached some brilliant habits into that dude. Marc Gasol was the one player where I could, I used to study tape even back then. It was a personal obsession of mine, studying tape. People like to miscast me as like the guy who just looks at numbers and doesn't watch game film. I love basketball. Of course, I watch games. Marc Gasol was the one player in that entire playoff run when I would do those game breakdowns for myself where I would never get to 5 mistakes with him. Up, down, defense, offense. I could not count 5 mistakes in a single game from this guy. You can count 5 mistakes from almost anyone.
Yeah.
A missed cut, a saggy screen, too weak, too late, a bad shot, like a pass that's out of the pocket. The mistakes happen all over the basketball court. Like sometimes, a team like tonight, there was a game, I think there was a possession where Scottie threw the ball off of Thaddeus Young's face or something. Like there was a possession like that. That's a bad pass. There's justifiable reason. There's pressure on you. You made the tough pass, whatever. It happens to anybody. But I'm saying like that's a mistake that, I would count as a mistake on my score sheet. And with Gasol, I just never got to 5 mistakes. And I just thought that it was so beautiful to have a player who didn't make mistakes on the basketball court. I just love mistake-free basketball players.
Also that saying that Father Time is undefeated. It's true, but what's not undefeated? Basketball IQ. Like basketball IQ can extend your career by an additional 2-3 years. Like physically, Marc Gasol, if you ask him, if you look at his game physically, you would say, oh, he has no business being on the court, right? But his IQ, his position defensively, his position offensively, his ability to break down the defense with his playmaking, that's the reason why he's a great player. That separates good from great players.
Yeah, 100%.
To answer this super chat from DJ Screwbox, do you think the Pacers will be more up for a trade now that Halliburton is injured? Do you guys want to answer that?
Sure. Hey, you want to take it?
Depends on the severity. Obviously, they know. You're not going to tell the world, hey, he's only out 2 weeks, or hey, he's out 2 months. You don't want to let everyone know how severe or not severe it is. They're going to keep it in house. But I'd really look for like their aggression in the trade market as an indicator for it. So like if he's going to be back in 2 to 3 weeks, yeah, probably, because they're still going to look to be a top 6 team. I mean, they're still competitive without him. They beat the Celtics the other night. But I mean, if he is going to be out for a while, then there's almost no point, and you'll see that in the trade market.
For me, I don't think an injury, even if it's going to be 2-3 weeks, should impact their decision making. I think if I'm in Indiana, I'm going for it, because to me, the East is pretty wide open. Like, to me, Boston is probably the best team in the East right now, but they're not. Like I said this before, they're not head and shoulders above Philly, or they're not head and shoulders above Milwaukee or any of these teams. So, yeah, if I'm Indiana, I'm going for it and seeing what we can do this year.
I'd like to welcome Young. Young said that he's one of our 2 fans in Korea. How are you doing, Young?
What's up, Young?
Yo, what's up? I can't believe you're actually on right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3:28 in the morning. The Raptors finished playing at 1 a.m. When else would we be on? Of course we'd be on.
No, because it's usually after work for me right now, and it's 5:30, so I'm excited. But I just wanted to say something about Darko. No, I was impressed by his rage and his passion for the team, right? So I thought he was one of those just sweet, like people that just say nice things to the team just for the sake of the mood and the morale. But then the way that he stood up for everyone, especially for Scottie.
Yeah.
I know Pascal's going to feel bad, but, well, that's just for another matter. But, the fact that he stood up for everyone.
Yeah. I think, you hear him say it sometimes when you listen to the practices. He says, guys, this is not about me. It's almost like he's the anti-Nick Nurse, right? Where Nick Nurse it sometimes felt like things were always about him. And he tries to diffuse any notion of, I did this, I did that. They had a fantastic game plan against Golden State. They face guarded Steph Curry. They held one of the 5 greatest players of all time to his worst game ever. Negative 18.5 box plus minus for Steph Curry. He's never posted a single game box plus minus that low in his career when playing over 20 minutes. He played 29 minutes. He had a terrible game. And who did he give credit for? Who did he give credit to? Jamba Malalela. When the Raptors had this beautiful game plan to slow down Anthony Edwards, and he had that really bad game, what did he say? 2 words: OG Anunoby. He always passes the praise forward, and I think that, like, in a lot of ways, he probably felt the mood of the locker room was very deflated after this, and very negative and very angry. And it's like steam. You need to let it out. So instead of letting his players go out and screw up tomorrow, and have a hangover game, he decided to take the fine for them. And I think that it was a very selfless move on his part. I think a lot of people don't realize, like, he didn't just lose his cool. Like, he didn't just come out there, off the cuff. He did this on purpose. He went out there and he took one for the team, kind of just to double down and just, there's a weird thing, like, do you make, there's what is it, like, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, right? Some people are really fantastic at seeing opportunities even in bad moments. So, after a tough loss, do you hang your head, or do you say, this is a perfect chance to talk about this thing or that thing that we have been doing wrong all year, but it finally cost us? Let's talk about that today. To have that constantly positive, mentality, the constant forward thinking, fall forward, I think it's a really good thing. And I think it's bleeding off on the team. And, he told Emmanuel quickly to have fun in his first game. Now, every game, this guy is just skipping all over the court, and everyone's, just going crazy about it. And it just feels like a great thing. It's just like good vibes. Usually last year after a loss, I'm sure, I don't know if you were here last year. We would be so pissed after losses.
Yeah, we were mad about Fred. Yeah.
Mad about Fred, mad about Siakam, mad about this guy, mad about Gary. And it's like this year, even after a couple losses now, Sacramento and Lakers, we've been very positive for the most part.
Those were good losses. It's fine. Yeah.
It's number one, it's good losses, but also number two, I think that the energy that the team is playing with is also coming over to the fan base a little bit as well, which I think is a great thing. Yeah.
That's all I got to say. Darko has great leadership skills. That's all I got to say.
I agree. It's funny because, like, last year, I was hearing Adrian Griffin talking a lot about, going to school and for leadership. He did a lot of leadership management courses and stuff. And I thought it was interesting. And I don't really feel like the Milwaukee Bucks have a hell of a lot of leadership right now.
They feel to be very pretty.
Yeah, they're crumbling from the seams. And it's interesting. So I think the Raptors have made a great hire with Darko. His rotations have driven me a little bit nuts at times, but he sees
It's
things.
getting better. Yeah.
It's getting better, and he's keeping it pretty balanced. And yeah. Anyways, man, thanks a lot. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
appreciate
Take care,
it.
man.
See ya.
Ben, sorry, are you gonna talk about the Evan Turner comment?
What did Evan Turner say? People are saying that he
Yeah.
made fun of Darko's accent.
Let me see if I have it here. Hold on one
No, we did not claim him as a Buckeye. Sorry.
If somebody has it, put it in the chat. I'm trying to see if I can find it here.
Yo, the wind is crazy right now. I don't know. Like, I know, Layne, you're not calling from Toronto, but like, holy, this
Down here too. We're like south of you guys. So.
yeah. Samir, are you in Toronto?
Yep. Well, I live in Scarborough, but yeah, Toronto, I guess you could say.
Nice. East End, stand up. Or hey, where in Scarborough?
McCowan, Eglinton.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Nick laughed, saying he deleted that comment real quick.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He basically said that he should have an assistant coach doing the rant because of his accent. Like, you shouldn't have a coach out there with an accent, basically.
Yeah. Shout outs to Raptors Digest in the chat here. What are you doing? What are you doing up, Ben? What's going on? Dennis told Evan Turner to chill. That's cool, man. That's a good thing.
Bro, get Ben in here.
Yeah, Ben, call in. Use the call in link, man. Call in. Vent a little bit. Talk to us. Anyways, call in link is in the description if you happen to be up. I know you're on super East Coast time, so this is not super late for you. So that's good. Wait, this is way late for you. What am I talking about? I got my time zones mixed up. This is morning for you. Anyways, so I think this is a unfortunate thing. I'm an American citizen. I'm not trying to blast my country and stuff. And Layne, you're American, but there is an element of foreign bias and accent bias, xenophobia, and stuff like that in the United States. I felt it growing up. Definitely. Felt it for my parents. So, I'm not surprised that he has some comment about Darko's accent, but as I say, I don't care. Actually, it's kind of funny because
do me a favor.
Yeah, what?
Do me a favor. Search up how Evan Turner talks. He has no right to be making fun of anybody. Evan Turner talks like E.T. You know, the alien? That's how Evan Turner talks.
I'm not even gonna fling at that, but to be completely frank, like I've watched a little bit of Evan Turner and Andre Iguodala's podcast. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even hating on the guy. It's just, you were a number 2 pick on the worst team in NBA history. Shut up, like
it's just corny. You know what I mean? He's just doing too much.
Hey, he was great. He was great with Ohio State across his chest, though. So
yeah. That's pretty much it.
And this is the thing, right? Like, I'm all for, a lot of people have podcasts and stuff, but there's just some people, like, there's too many people out here with podcasts, and they think they actually know what they're talking about. And just to put out some nonsense like that is just, I don't know.
I mean, he's a former player. He's a former top recruit.
Yeah.
I understand that he has some legs to stand on. I do agree with you that it seems like everyone who has a platform thinks that they certainly know what they're talking about. And I think one of the humbling moments for me last year, and again, I always try to pay it forward to Brian for doing this for me, but like in a conversation that I had with him, even some of the conversations we had off the air, I just learned a lot about how far you go to learn in this business. If you want to be really great, you need to check your ego, and you'd be like, all right, I think I know this, but let me listen to somebody else. Let me just listen to other people. Let me try to get the other perspective on this, because we can all learn. And it's just like one thing I learned. It was like, Brian's trained. Scottie, he's played Division I basketball. He really has no reason to listen to an average person talking about basketball at all. I mean, he has constant contact with, players, like NBA players. Earl Clark, he's trained NBA players. I know people don't really realize that because they don't dig into it, but he has contacts across the league and stuff. So for him to be like, like, we all need to get better. I'm growing every day. I'm learning every day. It's just like, wow, damn, that's humility. No wonder he's so good at his job. You know what I mean? Like, if he trained Scottie one summer and something that he does doesn't work, the next summer he's doing something different. Like, he's not rigid in his approach. And it's like, for me, that was a big thing, because last year we'd go back and forth with these people and be like, no, I know better. No, you know better. It's just like, at this point, I'm just like, all right, chill. Like, we can all get better, right? So I think it's a very important thing for everyone to just approach things with that beginner's mindset. Let's bring on Jett as well. Jett, what's going on, man?
Not much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay, great. My Bluetooth's working for once. It was a good game, man. To be honest with you, very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, I should probably take a quick shower. It's probably gonna like not go to overtime, and it just kept going and going and going. I'm like, oh my god, okay, fine. But you could see the fire in the players' eyes. They really wanted to make this to get this win, and they knew this was a national. I'm sure the Lakers market is quite big, right? So I don't know if it was televised nationally, but
it was not.
It was not, but it's a good amount of people probably have watched the game and saw Scottie Barnes, and the new acquisitions at play, and how much he's going to be recognized for this, and also with Darko's comments. But yeah, I thought it was good. I don't actually feel upset about them losing. It's just we're in the right direction now. You can see the pieces working here. Just a few adjustments. Maybe if the trade comes through, let's see. But at least I'm happy to see Pascal put some effort into defense.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was pretty much it.
We ran a poll for this community. Where are you with Siakam? 29% of you said trade him for the right package. 25% re-sign him. 23% trade him. 21% wait and see. I mean, my God, like, where are we as a fan base? We are so divided. I mean, I'm not really trying to present my opinion one way or the other necessarily on this. I'm just saying, like, just look at how split we are. Like, we're not this split on anything,
And also, it's such a nuanced, complicated situation, because if Siakam just says, I want to test free agency, there's nothing the Raptors can do. Even if they offer him a max deal, he can just wait till free agency.
We can just extend him now. And if he doesn't take the offer. So here's the thing, to clarify this timeline, because I heard, a lot on Raf Takes Space today. Someone said they never offered him a contract. They should have offered him extension earlier. It's disrespectful. Look, man, they did offer him an extension last year. Okay. He and Fred were both offered extensions after that playoff run. The minute they were extension eligible for this year, they tried to take care of those guys. They knew they weren't going to be able to extend OG because he just made too little money. And, like, the previous contract was so low. But with Fred and Pascal, I think they offered them both 4 years, right? I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if the Pascal deal was 5 years or 4 years. Some people saying 3 years. I think you're crazy. There's no way. And with Fred, he denied it. He said, no, I was never offered. And then later on, we found out, yes, he was offered. Fred was offered, from what I understood, 4 years, 104. And I believe what he rebutted with was he wanted 4 years, 114, which is Tyler Hero money, right? He thought that he was worth as much as Tyler Hero. This competitive streak in him had him thinking that if he just comes out and puts up a great season, that he'll get that money. And the Raptors said, okay, show us what you're worth and we'll come back to this. And then, his numbers were looking real bad and people were saying he's an idiot for not signing that because he's going to be in Taiwan or Korea next year. And then, he strayed for Jakob Poeltl and the whole thing goes completely the other way. And, he ends up getting that major deal from Houston. But this notion that the Raptors never tried to bring these guys back earlier isn't just not true. It's simply not true. They did. After that playoff run, they thought this team was going to be really good. They didn't expect last year. They didn't expect to fall apart the way they did. But the fact that they did fall apart gave them more data. It gave them more perspective on the type of leaders these guys are. And I think it adjusted the offer. So now if Pascal Siakam came to them this offseason was like, hey, you remember that remember that 4-year deal that you offered me last summer? I want that deal now. I think maybe there's some pushback from the Raptors saying, we don't really think we want to give you that anymore because we might be moving in a different direction. Let's see how you fit in first. So let's see you fit into this offense first. Then we'll make a decision.
So let's say he doesn't get traded by the deadline, right? And they say, okay, what is the difference in salary between extending him at, let's say, after the deadline and him just going into and him not signing, going into free agency? How much money is he losing?
Say that again.
Okay, so if they don't trade him by the deadline and they say we're going to extend him, right? Let's say they offer him a 4-year extension.
Right.
So compare that to if he were to wait till the off season and sign with a team. how much money is he losing? If like with the team that signs him, do they retain his bird rights if he just signs a free agency?
So the bird rights are not assigned to a team that signs you, but rather the team that holds your rights as a traded player. So if a team traded for him right now, they would have his bird rights. What do the bird rights do? Well, they, number one, allow you to go over the cap to re-sign your own player, right? So that's one thing. The second thing is they allow you to offer the 5th year. That's the second thing. The third thing they allow you to do is they allow you to add, I think it's 8.5 versus 10% raises on year to year. So if it's just 4 years versus 4 years, the contractual value difference between what the Raptors can offer at 4 years and what another team could offer, or hypothetically what a team that trades for him can offer versus some team that can just sign him outright, it's minimal if it's just 4 years. But if it's 5 years, it becomes substantial.
Yeah.
Because and specifically because of his age. At 30 years old, he will be 30 when he hits free agency. When he signs his contract, most likely he'll be 30 years old. That 5th year is his 35th season, not 35th season, but like year 35 of life season. Very rarely, if ever, do guys get like super big money at that age. Usually they're signing for veteran minimums. If they're still really good players, maybe they're signing for mid-level exceptions. If DeMar DeRozan hit free agency tomorrow, he's 34, 35 right now. He's not going to max contract, not even close. And he's pretty much on par as a player with Siakam in terms of level of talent. So 4 years from now, if he hits free agency as opposed to 5 years from now, at the end of his life or at the end of his career, he will look back on that 5th year that he turned down and probably say, I cost myself $50 million. That's a substantial sum of money to cost yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what are we looking at right now? Like if they can't find a trading partner, what are the options?
Re-sign him and, try to trade him this offseason.
Yeah.
After the draft, because there's also the other added stipulation, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, someone please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a capologist and I don't pretend to be one on TV. But if you sign him right now, there is a period of time for which you cannot trade him from when
6
that
months.
extension,
Yeah.
6 months, right? So that puts you right now past the draft, right?
Yeah.
Or
it would. Yeah, it would. Because what are we in right now? We're in January, so February, March, April, May, June, July. Yeah, that puts you past the draft.
yeah. So you would be able to trade him after that. Now that's certainly been done before. There's certainly times where that's been done. But I think from the Raptors perspective, you sign a guy to a 4 or 5 year type of extension to quell any fears that other teams might have. And I think what you don't address is that teams aren't actually as afraid. Like, here's the reporting. Reporting says teams are afraid that he could fly out, right? And weirdly enough, him putting out this report to just be a little bit more 4D chess about this and to be a little bit more meta about this, to think outside the box, if you will. Everything we've heard from his camp is that he will not sign an extension with another team. And that has dominated the headlines in terms of why his value is low, right? In a weird way, putting that out is actually keeping his value high. Because I think what it does is it negates the counter story, which I think is the real story, which is I don't think that teams necessarily are licking their chops to pay him a max contract for 5 years.
Yeah.
And I think that's the fact. So if you if you're his management team, because every NBA player has management and not only just agents, but a team that literally manages them, like a PR and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if you know that's the vibe around the league from front offices and from other agents that you've heard, like, hey, you have to protect this guy's value, preserve his value because his numbers are not necessarily speaking to all NBA and his value is falling off. And at his age, do teams look at him more in the Jeremy Grant category than the Donovan Mitchell category? And it's like, that's a fair point. Obviously, he's way better than Jeremy Grant. But if you're in that Jeremy Grant category, then teams aren't exactly lining up to pay you a max. And they're definitely not lining up to give you a 5th year. So I think this is like a lot of posturing from their end. But if they keep putting out that, hey, he won't resign, then I think that it avoids the counter report coming out, which is Kings, Warriors, Atlanta Hawks have trepidations about paying this guy 5 years when they don't think he's worth it.
And is it fair to assume that those teams would be a rental? Is that a fair assumption to make? I mean, it's hard to know, obviously, but based on what you just said in terms of the reluctance, you don't think so?
I don't think so. If they're giving up major assets to get him, or any assets really, other than albatross contracts like Rashawn Holmes and Harrison Barnes, why are you making that deal for 50-game rental? Like, you're definitely making it with some notion of this guy's going to be on our team for the next few years. We'll kick it down the road. I think the fact that he is starting to trend up, like if he was playing as well as he was last year, at this point, I think there would be a bit of a bigger market for him. The fact that he shot, and it's the worst thing with Siakam is he can't just be bad. When he's bad, he has to be so bad, right? He doesn't shoot 28% from three. No, he goes out and shoots 17% from three for a whole month. So that's my point. Like the highs and lows are so high.
He shows up for Cali games. He shows up for the Cali games. He likes it there. He's gonna he'll sign with Sacramento or Golden State. He'll sign an extension. He likes the weather.
But the question is Sacramento going to offer him an extension? Because Shams reported today that part of the
Shams
reason
is also, come on.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I don't think we can definitively say that Sacramento would offer a 5-year or 4 or 5 year deal, because if they would, then I think this deal would have been done by now.
They'll probably give him incentives. Maybe there'll be other back end stuff. I don't know. They could give him all. I don't know. Can they give player stock options on the team?
I mean, that would be unprecedented, I think.
Hey, we'll let you light the beam.
Yeah, James Dean saying, a question for Rob. Given the Fred VanVleet situation, if the Raptors let Siakam walk, is this a fireable offense for the front office?
No.
Yes.
Yes? Oh.
Yeah, I agree too.
It's a pretty substantial, like somebody's gonna have to pay for this, because the way that your relationship has trended with him and the reporting around him is, if you lose him for nothing, like if you decide to bet on this and it backfires because he's so pissed off that he's been, put in trade rumors for the better part of 3 years. 3 years, he's been your top player for 2.5 of those years, apart from this year. And he's been put into trade rumors, and just like with the Jaylen Brown situation, but you don't hold the leverage of the Jaylen Brown situation, because Jaylen Brown may be, very pissed with the Celtics front office, but they had to pay him $50+ million on a supermax to come back, right? Yeah. You don't have that leverage because he's not making an All-NBA team, unless, of course, he goes on a 40-point per game heater for the rest of the season, and the Raptors make the playoffs in blaze of glory fashion. So the fact that you don't have that contract leverage means all he has to do to screw you over is $60 million. And if that's a contract in San Antonio or Dallas or some team that can clear up the cap space to get him, then he can probably make that up in endorsements and probably just taxes. So
what's a worse situation? I mean, this might seem obvious, but them gambling and losing him for nothing, or having a deal sent around Harrison Barnes.
But it's not around Harrison Barnes. The reporting is wrong. It's Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter. Now, depending on how you feel about Kevin Huerter, that doesn't necessarily excite you. But I guarantee you, if that deal is done, then it'll be Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter plus picks, right? Yeah. Plus something, maybe something fringy, but it won't be like nothing. I think that's not a bad deal. I think people really need to. Okay, I have probably way higher on Harris on those two players than most people are. And it's not because I think that they're stars. It's just because I'm watching Thaddeus Young starting a game and watching Jonte Porter play, and no disrespect to either one of those guys, but on a fully healthy roster, if you have Harrison Barnes on this team and Kevin Huerter, newsflash, those guys aren't playing. Jalen McDaniels is never playing another game. So you'll have a fast team. Like, the consequence of playing as fast as the Raptors do and running as much as they do is you can't play guys 40+ minutes, It's tough. It's tough to run this much and play this much. So I just think like the added depth would be good. The team control would be good. Harrison Barnes is a fully movable contract. I mean, even at $17 million
I'm
a year
at it right now. He has $18 million next year and $19 the following year. That's it.
Right. And so, 2 years from now, when that Scottie extension kicks in, he'll have 1 year left on his deal, at which point he becomes a giant expiring contract, right?
I mean,
So,
yeah.
like
Sorry,
it times
go
up, and Harrison, and I think Kevin Huerter, for all his warts and whatever, he's a good rebounder. I think he's a really competent stretch player who moves very well without the basketball. Look, man, like here's the thing. 0.5 basketball is a thing. Like Darko wants to play 0.5, and there are certain teams that have players that are designed for that type of basketball. And then there are certain teams that are not. Dante Exum is a great example of a player that is designed for 0.5 basketball. Who else is a good example? Harrison Barnes, yes, he's played 0.5 pretty much his whole life, right? Kevin Huerter, Domantas Sabonis. Like it's not the whole team, of course. Like there Keegan Murray. You need quick decision makers who can score, pass, dribble. Who can move quickly. And I think it's interesting because Emmanuel Quickly is a great example of a guy. He doesn't do a lot. Does that make sense? Like he doesn't dance with the basketball, kill your offense. He takes 2 dribbles. If he doesn't have it, he'll pass it on. Like we saw that beautiful play, where he comes into the paint, he doesn't have it, he doesn't force it, he kicks it out to Dennis. Dennis goes, attacks, he gets a foul, right? It's like plays like that are what 0.5 is about. It's about like a Rubik's Cube mentality towards offense, forcing defense to make multiple decisions. And anytime a good team forces even a good offense forces a good defense to make 12 decisions in one possession, that defense is going to give up something somewhere. And you just have to find it. It's a Rubik's Cube. It's totally a Rubik's Cube, chessboard, whatever analogy you want to draw to it. But when you just kind of hold the basketball, survey, grind it out, pound in the post and get nothing. I think Scottie had a lot of empty possessions to end the game, to be honest, like not to get too far off what we're talking about, but like the one where he forced it over AD, you could say he was fouled. Yeah, but you're not getting the calls tonight and he got blocked. I think that was one of 3 shots I think he forced in the fourth quarter, which I think were just bad shots for him, where he had shooters, he could have found them. So I just think getting away from that sort of basketball, and earlier in the year, I called out Siakam for doing the same thing, and Dennis Schroeder for doing the same thing. So if I'm going to call them out for it, I'll call Scottie out for it, and I'll call RJ out for it too. But I think overall, this 0.5 thing is working, and it's also making these guys better. But now, if you're going to trade Siakam, a guy who has sometimes struggled with concepts of the 0.5 offense, you ideally want to trade him for guys who are very comfortable in that type of offense.
Hey, Rob, I had a quick question. What about
Sure.
the dark? It's like, okay, we really did have an idea that we would make the OG trade with New York, right? I don't know if it was out there, was it?
No,
it wasn't.
that came out of
No, right?
nowhere. Yeah.
So, like, what about the teams that we're not talking about that could be dark horses? OKC, Utah, the Pelicans. Like, you have. I don't know. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Like, you can have a disgruntled star, maybe at the end of the season, like Zion, or maybe OKC has these false predictions that they can actually go far in the playoffs this year, and they just need someone of a veteran presence, someone who has been in the playoffs for a long stretch. They could probably go for Siakam. Like, what are your thoughts? You think Masai could pull something off of that?
Yeah, what do you think about this Mavs deal, right? I'm looking at on Trade Machine right now, okay? So there's reported that they want to trade Raquan Holmes, Tim Hardaway, and then to me, it would have to be 2 of Josh Green, Jaden Hardy, and Olivier Prosper. So who would you guys choose out of those 3? Josh Green, Hardy, and Prosper. 2 out of those 3. That's what I'm looking at.
Layne, you want to take it?
Yeah, honestly, I'd hang up the phone.
Me too.
It's not worth it for me.
Rashawn Holmes, bro.
Yeah, but that's just a salary filler, though. That's not even.
I mean, like right now, are the Raptors a little bit more desperate because you're starting Thaddeus Young? Is Rashawn Holmes a little bit of an upgrade on that? Probably. Just from a size perspective, he's a little bit of an upgrade. Also, just worth noting, it's always good to remember what the Raptors have preferred in the past, because sometimes these guys, like for instance, they've liked certain guys in the draft process, and you hear about it. Like I've heard about it through the grapevine, through a trainer or through a player or whatever. You'll hear like, oh, they really like that guy. And I usually file that away to, okay, when there's a trade with a team that guy plays on later on in his career, that might be one guy that's coming back. So I think about the same thing with free agency. I don't know if it's been brought up, but the Raptors did make a very competitive offer to Richaun Holmes in free agency.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yep.
And I got this confirmed from Richaun Holmes' side as well, that this deal was on the table. And like you guys know, like Leo, and he comes on the Kings and whatever. He's had Richaun on his podcast and stuff multiple times. They're close. So yeah, this was real. This was real. So the Raptors really wanted Richaun Holmes a couple of years ago, and they would have offered him pretty much the money he's on right now. So has their thinking on him changed, given the fact that he's had a really, really tough go? A lot of personal stuff, not for this podcast, but for an for that's not to be disclosed. But like, do they see something in him? I wonder if there's some internal calculus on how they felt about over the years. Have they felt about RJ Barrett? You heard rumors like a couple of years ago that the Raptors might be higher in RJ Barrett than most teams are, and now it's like it comes to fruition. I never heard anything about Emmanuel quickly, but you did hear about Tyrese Maxey. So it's like, okay, like you try to piece it together and you try to figure out what's real, what's not. From the Mavs side, like what's their pick situation like? Because I would want massive picks for this, and I feel like they don't have any picks.
They have no
picks. They got they got a 2025 first rounder.
Can they trade it? I don't think so. Chances are, if they have it, they probably can't trade it because they traded a whole bunch.
They got 2026 first rounder, 2027, 2028 first rounders. And then they got a second round in 2028 as well. And a second round via Toronto, no protections, 2025.
They have our second round pick?
Yep.
Give it back. That swings the deal. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. But the question is, would you rather? So you're telling me you'd rather take the Kings deal than take anything from Dallas with Josh Green and Prosper?
Yes.
Indiana would be best, I think.
I think the Kings deal isn't about Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes, but rather about the excessive pick equity that they would have to add to make that deal work. If the Mavericks can compete with 2 first-round picks, I think you got a deal. Right now, I believe the last time I checked, the Mavericks were the leading betting odds getters to get him, right?
Yeah, they are.
They are right now. Okay.
But I got a question. Would Dallas give up Derek Lively the second or the seventh that they drafted?
Probably not.
No.
Then there's no deal then because Masai is definitely going to want him back.
Okay. So Richaun Holmes has 2 years left on his deal. We didn't do this in the Trade Machine episode, so let's do this now. Tim Hardaway has 2 years. This is great because both these guys become a giant exception, a giant expiring this offseason, which is fantastic. It offers the Raptors an incredible opportunity to have 2 kind of serviceable-ish guys. But they're not these are not high rotation players, but these are guys who can plug and play in an NBA system right now. Apart from these 2 guys, I worry about what else you have on this team that's of real consequential value. Now, we can talk about stacking like a bunch of these young players, your Jaden Hardys and your Omax Prospers, right? But I'm not really sure how much that's moving the needle for me. I think Josh Green might be the closest thing to something that could move the needle. What's his contract like? Do you know?
He has a 4-year deal. Like he's on there for 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, let me take a look right now.
What do years 2, 3, and 4 look like? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Right now he's getting about $4 million.
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh no, so he's still on his rookie deal.
Yeah.
Right. So the next 2 years will be.
Hold on. Let's see. So it looks like he's up for a new contract this season. I don't know what the contract would be, but it says they exercised the club option for this season, so he's gonna look for that rookie extension this offseason.
No. He has inked a 4-year deal worth $64 million.
Oh, because I'm looking on Spot Track and I can't find that. Okay, so
yep,
I guess
it's 4 years, $13 million a year. So let's just check. So his next.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So his next 3 years are 12, 13.6, 14.6.
Yeah.
Okay, that is around mid-level exception money for a number one, first round pick, 18th overall in 2020. Another guy from the 2020 draft. Ha ha ha. Okay, that's the Emmanuel Quickly draft, FYI. To anyone who didn't catch that. Okay, so the Raptors are getting all the second, all those guys. Okay, so here's the thing with Josh Green. What's to like? What's not to like? Positional size, right? It's decent. As a shooting guard, he's 6'5", but he has a 6'10" wingspan. This is good. He is a somewhat plus defender. He forces turnovers, and he's really versatile. How versatile is he? He spends almost equal time on point guards, shooting guards, and small forwards and power forwards. He basically guards 1 through 4. This is a Raptor prototype. Okay? So there's no chance in hell that a deal with Dallas is getting done without this guy getting included in that deal.
100%. Yeah. And I thought I saw reports that the Raptors were interested in Josh Green. I don't know if it was last season.
Right.
It might have been last season. So there's definitely interest there from the Raptors side.
Okay. So now I want to look at Jaden Hardy. Hold on. Maybe I should share my screen, share my other screen just to remove this, just so people can get an idea on who these players are. Hang on one sec. Pull this up. And let's just see.
Hey,
if
Rob,
there's some,
I gotta go, but you guys take care. Have a good night, all right?
Peace, Jett.
Later. Bye.
Yep.
Later, man.
So here's
And
the.
you know how Vegas is. If Vegas puts them at the top, they know something. Like they
for sure, and I think they do, and I think this is going to catch a lot of people sleeping. But like, let's take a look at who he is. So in terms of usage by play type, not really a hell of a lot to see there. But in terms of defensive matchups, as I said, like a very versatile defender for someone of his size, and the Raptors could really use a point of attack defender. He is an off-ball wing per his defensive role. How Crafted comes up with these things is actually very scientific. And if I implore anybody who's curious about analytics to go deeper into their methodology, it's probably one of the more advanced ways of looking at the game that I've seen. In this year, negative 3.4 boxes minus is not inspiring any confidence. Offensively, he's a net zero type of player, but defensively, he's holding water across the board. Can you work with him on his shooting? He's kind of like trying to morph into a 3-and-D wing, but the 3 hasn't really come around, right, too much. And I think that that's worth noting. So he doesn't take a high volume of threes. He's playing 24 minutes a night for them, which is significant because they're a winning team. Last year, he shot 40% from 3. The previous year, he shot 36% from 3. This year, he's shooting 35% from 3. The free throw shooting is not inspiring at all. 68%, 72%, 63%. This is not a natural shooter. So, and he's not a natural scorer, but he is a spark plug defender, a defensive wing who knows his role and sticks to his role. He doesn't get to the line a lot, doesn't rebound a hell of a lot, doesn't create a hell of a lot. I wonder how much playing next to Luka hurts, an average player, how much it helps an average player. So yeah, I think that's sort of the read on him. I've seen him play a little bit, but I can't say I watch a ton of Dallas games.
Yeah, it sounds like Dollar Tree, kind of.
Dollar Tree who?
Lou Dort.
That might be very ambitious. So yeah, that might be a depressing thing to hear. What do you guys? How are any of you really familiar with Max Prosper's game, and what do you like about him? I know a lot of people are really, really high on him at the draft.
I honestly know nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know much about his game. But I will say in general, like just with the trade, I think the Raptor fans have to lower their expectations. I know they don't want to hear that, but they have to lower their expectations. The fact of the matter is they don't have much leverage. They just don't. And so, like, I just don't think I don't think we're going to get back what Siakam's value actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just don't. And so, like even for Dallas,
right?
They're not trading their guys unless they're going to sign him to a 4-year extension. They're not. This is not a rental situation with Dallas.
Right. So to the Max Prosper element of this, I think it's worth noting he is Canadian. He's from Montreal. His mom played for the Canadian national team. Okay. He has a 7'1" wingspan. with a 6'8" frame. He's not a very fluid mover, right? I believe he went to Marquette. So is there some sort of Jimmy Butler-esque, upside with him? I don't know. But I think that if the Raptors value a type, this is their type. Both of these guys are their types, like these, defensive prospect type of guys that in theory you can develop, right? Now he hasn't gotten a ton of minutes, but when he has gotten minutes, he's shown something at least. He had a game against the Blazers where he got off for 14 minutes. He scored 8 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists in 14 minutes. I don't know. He's an athletic guy. It's not the most fluid athlete. It's not the smoothest, driver, not the most evolved offensive player. But I think overall, like if you're looking at him, let me just pull up his analytics. It's interesting, actually. Defense is definitely a little bit ahead of his offense for sure. Yeah. And yeah, like the Raptors look for this stuff, man. Like he's shooting 26% from 3, and we all know how much Darko likes these project wings, and maybe Omax plus let's pull up the trade machine again now that I get a better read of these players. Hold on. Okay.
So he's Precious Achiuwa pretty much.
He's not because he's a lot smarter than Precious. I'll tell you that much right now. I remember watching a little bit of his film when we were going into the draft cycle. Granted, I haven't watched enough of him in the NBA. I think I've watched one Dallas Mavericks game all year, and I don't think he played. So I have no knowledge of him in terms of what he's done at the NBA level, because I did not expect this trade to go down.
But fluidity size-wise.
Pardon?
Well, I'm sorry, but fluidity and size-wise, pretty much.
He's like Precious is actually fluid. Omax is not.
Really? Okay.
You don't think Precious is fluid? As an athlete?
I think he's a hell of an athlete. I just think he looks choppy on a basketball court sometimes. Like Precious Achiuwa is what I imagine a football player looks like playing basketball. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
That's funny. What if we included Grant Williams in this deal? Would they do that?
What's his contract? I forget.
Yeah,
4 years, $12.5 million.
Are you saying Grant Williams instead
4
of?
years. Oh, yes, please. Yeah, instead of Tim Hardaway in a heartbeat.
Instead of Tim Hardaway, I was thinking more instead of Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I think
I'd rather do that.
I mean,
or are you thinking just because we have that positional need right now? I don't think you make this trade because Jakob Poeltl's missing 2 weeks, dude.
No.
You just had a 10-day to do that.
I mean, I pretty much think we already have Tim Hardaway on the bench, but I mean, like, I'm cool with either or.
Garrett
So
Trent Jr.?
the comment section is saying that Grant's been struggling. I mean, look, I don't really care between Holmes and Grant. I really don't. Like, I'm looking for Josh Green and Max Prosper. So, like, the other guys are just filling contracts.
Grant Williams.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth noting, like, Tim Hardaway Jr. is also 31 years old. In terms of per 100 possessions, he's averaging 28 points per 100 possessions, and he's a really, really good three-point shooter, man. Career 36%. He's a sniper.
What's he shooting? He's super hot and cold, though.
He's shooting 35% this year. He shot 38% last year, 33% the year before, 39 the 2 years prior, 32, 34, 34, 31, 35. He really turned a corner in 2019, 2020. That is a very, very late time to evolve into a sniper, but like he shot 39% straight for 2 years as a frequent starter. So, I mean, and that's all Dallas. He's been there in Dallas for 6 years. He has a lot of history there, right? And he's been a part of like some very good stuff that's happened for them.
Just looking at the minutes, though, I think Josh Green would be the sticky. I mean, he played 30 minutes the other night. Like, I think that's the sticking point for Dallas.
Sticking point as in like that's the guy they don't want to move off of?
That's my guess. Because if you look at like Jalen Hardy.
He also has a poison pill.
Yeah, Jalen Hardy's barely even playing. Prosper had a DNP the other game. Like those guys are obviously prospects, but they're not even playing right now.
That's a weird hill to die on for a guy to come in and be your second option, pretty much.
I mean, you think he's going to be a second option over Kyrie Irving?
Really? I do, honestly.
Whoa.
Nah, I disagree.
Nah, bro.
How's Kyrie's stats look this year? I haven't checked in the last month.
I mean, it's a talent thing, man. Like,
It is a
nobody's stats are going to look good next to Luca. But I mean, like, I guarantee you right now,
He's
without even
averaging
checking,
24 points on 58 true shooting, 41 from 3, and 48 from the field. That's an all-star level.
He'd be more comfortable playing kind of the stand in the corner 3 addition
would?
off the bench. Like I feel like Kyrie
off the bench?
No, not him off the bench. Him working with the bench lineup. I feel like he'd be more comfortable doing that, and they're all 3 on the floor together. Kind of
From a basketball synergy perspective, Luka's an inside player more so than an outside player. He's the guy who dominates post. Like, he shoots and he's shooting more, but like, you don't understand, man. Like, when you compare Kyrie to Pascal Siakam, you're not comparing comparable players. Hang on, I'll prove it to you. Hang on.
No, I think Kyrie's better. I just think if you're gonna play Siakam as the third option, you're in for a lot of disappointment.
Why? Why would you say that? Because the thing about Siakam, he brings an element to Dallas that they don't really have. A guy who can guard multiple positions.
I mean, they have Grant Williams. They have Grant Williams, and clearly, like, Pascal is not some world beater defensively. I just want to negate this idea that Pascal will be the second option there. I think they're bringing him in to be the third option, dude.
Yeah.
So in terms of points per 100 possessions, Kyrie's averaging 35, Pascal's averaging 30, and he's doing it on like really solid efficiency too. But it is worth noting that this year, Kyrie is technically a little less efficient than Pascal. So 58.8 versus 59.7 in terms of true shooting percentage. That's splitting hairs. Assist percentage, higher for Kyrie. Steal percentage, higher for Kyrie. Here's a shocker. Block percentage, higher for Kyrie.
I believe it.
Usage percentage, higher for Kyrie.
Right.
Win shares per 48, higher for Kyrie. Box plus minus, not even close. 5.5, which is one of the top marks in the league. That's actually on par with Scottie Barnes right now. And 1.4 for Pascal. These are not comparable players right now.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't know. So then you're pretty much bringing in.
What do you think? So someone in the comment section says that they don't think Siakam's a good fit. What do you think about the fit, though?
I think the fit's great. Fit's great. If he's a third option, he's a phenomenal third option because he will anchor those bench units. He's done it for years in Toronto, where he's been, surrounded by a bunch of guys. I think the only goal for the Mavericks at this point is to look. Whenever you get a new ownership group, they always make a deal for a big name. I don't know why. It's like being a child and peeing in snow. Like first snowfall, you got to pee your name in snow. I don't know, something about that thing. New owners always make dumb decisions. So I always like when ownership groups change because that team is going to come in with all this bravado and ego and trade, 800 first round picks for Rudy Gobert.
That's what Matt Ishbia did last year. He got the team going crazy. He literally got the team one off.
Exactly. And that's the point. So right now you might have an opportunity here with this, new ownership group, I guess, coming in. I don't really know a lot about that situation. I have kind of just.
I don't think they're very attached.
From the interview, basically what Dallas or what Mark Cuban said is they're dominant in the real estate field, and so they're going to come in and build the stadium, and I think they wanted to build like a casino or something like that. So they're helping with in terms of real estate and expanding their presence in Dallas.
Right, but still, like expanding, making a splash helps everything, right? When you attract a name like, unfortunately, there are a lot of ownership groups and GMs and whatever. Like you saw what happened with the Clippers, right? With Steve Ballmer. First thing, he wanted to do, like, send away everybody, trade away this guy. Like, I think then they bring in Kawhi and Paul George, and this is their big master plan. Like, this is what newish owners do. They just do this shit. And they have no concept. They've been tycoons and industry leaders and the boss their whole lives. They don't know how to take no, for an answer. They can't see it. They have all the wrong people in their ear. They have casual basketball fans who they think are the best basketball minds in the world because they're the ones who've been feeding them the information their whole lives. And they say, yo, Pascal Siakam, he's great. You should get him. And boom,
But you're right about that. But what I will say, this is a unique situation because according to the interview, Mark Cuban said that he's retaining 27% of the of ownership, and he's going to do the basketball operations. So you're right. It is a change in ownership, but the ownership is focused on the real estate side. But like I said, Mark Cuban is if there's any owner that would swing for the fences and go for it, it's Mark Cuban. he's not afraid to do that.
Yeah.
Right.
You're also I mean, also from his side though, you're at risk of pissing off Luka if Siakam is to walk in the offseason.
Well, no, I agree with you on that. I think
let me
there's
make a
more-
deal that will make sense for this team.
Yeah,
let's
I
do
agree
it.
with-
Let's make a real deal that will
Yeah.
make sense for this team, and let's see what that would look like.
Yeah, so
Pascal,
I
I
agree.
think
So
I
just-
think instead of Rashawn Holmes, you add Maxi Kleber instead.
That hurts my heart so much.
Hmm?
I don't like Maxi Kleber as a player at all.
Why?
Yeah.
He's a stretch big.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't see Masai doing a deal with Dallas because I know he's gonna want Lively too. So I don't know.
It doesn't matter if you want Lively.
yeah.
They won't give up Lively. You're not entering discussions to get Lively.
Yeah,
So and you're gonna get one of Green or Omax here. And I'm inclined to say you probably go for Green just for the point of attack defense and the contractual stuff. But Omax is also a great option because you have 4 years of a rookie contract with him and you don't have to pay as much to sign the salary. Okay. So if you do a deal like this, I think the salaries already are close to matching, right? Is almost there. I'm pretty sure this would work in the trade machine right now.
Is there a player that Dallas could get back from the Raptors that would make sense, or no?
See, the problem is the Raptors don't have bad contracts. That's not necessarily a problem, but like their contracts that they could give up in this deal are good contracts. Like Chris Boucher is a great contract. He's a value contract. You can extract value from a team to get Chris Boucher. Thaddeus Young is an expiring, an $8 million contract. I still think that's a valuable contract. Otto Porter is a serviceable vet who can easily win minutes for teams that are depth deprived, like Phoenix, or, you know, like even if it means you take 2 second-round picks back and they get, you know, 50 games of Otto Porter that helps them. That's a deal I'm willing to take if I'm those teams. Boston is another example. Boston has a $6 million trade exception that they can trade out. I believe you can add picks to a trade exception, but you can't add other players. I should really
Otto Porter to me would be perfect in Miami.
Maybe he's another guy like OG and another guy like Jrue Holiday, where he is a 3D, no nonsense, no baggage, no drama. He fits in anywhere. Super smart guy. Having guys like this is great. So from the Raptors' perspective, if you have this deal and framework, I think you just need a lot of picks back, and then you need to sell yourself on the upside of somebody. But like the problem is when you start doing these 3, 4, 5, like let's say to make Raptor fans feel better, I add a player like Jaden Hardy here just to be like, oh look, we got a young player. We add Josh Green, and his big contract next year with the poison pill attached. You're gonna have to give up something here on this roster because, like, unless you're waiving Garrett Temple and buying out Jalen McDaniels, I'm not really sure where the room exists on this roster to take a 4-for-1 deal. The problem is you also can't send these contracts back because all the players that I want to get rid of make too much money. The minute I add Jalen McDaniels to this deal, I have to take $4 million back. Okay, so let's say I do add Jalen McDaniels. So let's say I want to sweeten this pot more for the Raptors. So let's add that, and then let's take back. I mean, Dante Exum has just been so good for them. They wouldn't give him. So let's take back. Would they give up Grant Williams in this?
I think they would.
I think they would.
Okay. So relatively, I think this is your Rudy Gay trade in a nutshell right here. Tim Hardaway, Maxi Kleber, Omax Prosper, and Grant Williams. From the Mavericks side, great move, right? You get a great player, in Pascal Siakam, easily by far the best player in this deal. Now let's see how many picks they'll have to add because they should add a lot. So they'll give us back our second round pick.
Hardy in this deal instead of, like, I think you got to add 2 prospects.
But that's the problem. You can't add 2 prospects unless you're adding like Garrett Temple back. Go back in history and look at how many times a team has traded 5 players out. It just rarely ever happens. You don't want to disrupt team chemistry so much. Now, if it's push comes to shove, like maybe, but like
I don't know. I'm just looking at this without adding 2 prospects. I understand what you're saying, but without adding 2 prospects, the trade is not looking nice. Like, what are we gonna do with?
Well, number one, you get a 2027 first round pick, which is great. Okay, that's far enough off in the distance that it's an asset. Hypothetically, it's an asset. You do get Grant Williams, who's 25 years old. Okay. Now you don't consider him a prospect because he's been around, but I guarantee you right now he's better than every single player you're talking about. Right. And he fits really well with what we want to do. And he's super smart and he plays 0.5 basketball and he's a really good defender. He's not a movement shooter, he's a stationary shooter, but still, I think you get better with this deal. Weirdly enough, this is exactly the type of players you need. Plus, you get your young prospect. I mean, pick and choose, man. You can go Josh Green, you can go Omax Prosper, you can go Jaden Hardy, whatever. But how many young players do you have even room to develop, right? Like, I think if you're the Mavericks, you do this because consolidate some of your assets, makes you probably a more dangerous playoff team. Maybe you see some value in Jalen McDaniels, whatever. I mean, like to expand this out to include one more player to appease you, maybe what we would do is we would unfortunately let's add Thaddeus Young, going one way, and let's add, I don't know, Josh Green going the other way. Does this make this work for you?
Well, absolutely. Now
Okay.
that I would do 100%. I would do that.
Wow, you're much higher on Josh Green than I am, but nevertheless, he is a guy who can develop. I guess Omax Prosper, Josh Green, Maxi Kleber, Grant Williams, and Tim Hardaway Jr. The Raptors will have to naturally. Actually, let me just add him in the deal so we don't have to actually eat his contract. Hang on, let me just add him. I'll be sad to see him go, but sorry, just add Garrett Temple to make the roster make sense. Okay.
Not the suit picks. I said not the picks.
Not the what?
Not the suit picks before the game. Like
I know. But whatever. He doesn't play. It's cool. Plus you get some veteran leadership back with Tim Hardaway Jr. He's a really good dude. He's a really good dude, man. Like I've heard a lot of great stories about him. And also you get Maxi Kleber so we can relive the drama of the German national team with Maxi Kleber and Dennis Schroeder, which is hilarious and also great.
So
maybe I'm speaking to a crowd that does not know about that drama, but it was hilarious.
No, I do know about that, but there was a report that the asking price. So Dallas was interested, and they called the Raptors or whatever. They had discussions, but the asking price they're saying was probably too high. So that's probably what's happening is they're quibbling over Josh Green or whatever, right? Whatever prospect the Raptors want. That's kind of the issue. Probably. That's what, from my perspective,
Masai probably wants both Green and Lively, I bet you.
Lively is not going to happen.
Lively is non-negotiable.
Yeah, we just need to stop talking about Derek Lively. Derek Lively is not coming. Kason Wallace is not coming. None of those guys. Like you're not getting Bilal Coulibaly. You're not getting Asar Thompson. It's just not happening. This would be terrible asset management. Happy Bear saying Dallas wants Pirtle. Oh, hey, Raf Takes, what's going on, bro? We played a little bit of the live, the Twitter Spaces earlier from you. Raf Takes said I need James Johnson back on this team, bro. He was a free agent like literally 4 weeks ago. We could have signed him. We could have signed him for nothing. Look, man, you know what I like about this deal? You get a lot of players who win, and you know what I know about my president? He likes winning. He likes winning. He talks about winning all the time. So that's facts. Like I think you get better with this deal, weirdly enough. I think you get a lot of winning pieces back. I think you get pieces that make sense. You get a stretch big in Maxi Kleber. Granted, he's not perfect, but he's a good defender. He's a good defender who can move his feet and stretch the paint.
Our bench gets our bench is very good with this trade. Hardaway is a good shooter. I think the bench really improves.
You basically balance out this roster to make sense in so many ways. Like all of these pieces make sense for how you want to play basketball. So you get back 5 pieces that make sense for how you play basketball. Not to mention you get 4 pieces that can play now for you, right? Josh Green is a weapon that you don't have on the bench, which is a really versatile point of attack defender. You don't have that. You lost that with OG. Grant Williams, really good defender, man. Like I love his defense, and positional versatility is the name of the game. Every single player here other than Tim Hardaway Jr. is a very positionally versatile defender. So if I'm the Raptors, I pulled a yes on this deal 10 times out of 10.
Can we take a look at another one?
Sure.
Deal? So I'm looking at the odds right now. So Dallas is number 1 at plus 150. Pull up Memphis. Memphis is plus 250 right now.
Why?
Yeah,
I don't know.
That has to be pre-John Moran injury.
No,
No,
it's current.
This
It's
is
current.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I don't know what Memphis would give up. I don't understand.
Zaire Williams and a bag of chips. Man, I don't see anything.
So, I mean, the complication for this roster is, you have two players that really can't play any other position other than the ones that they're playing right now in Dennis Schroeder and Emmanuel Quickly. It's not like when you had Scottie at point where you'd be like, oh, well, he's a point guard, but if things change a little bit, he can be a small forward, power forward, center. No, Emmanuel Quickly and Dennis Schroeder are clearly here to play major minutes, especially Emmanuel Quickly. It's non-negotiable. So trading for a guy like Marcus Smart doesn't necessarily make a hell of a lot of sense, even though Marcus Smart is one of those guys who can easily play up a couple of positions, defensively at least. Offensively, I would worry about the fit. Defensively, though, you do get like a really good defender back for this. I'm just concerned about how you... Okay, can someone please stop doing that thing with the mic? I don't know who's like pumping the mic or whatever, tapping the mic. Just don't do that, please. I don't know what you would take back. Okay, who is that? Is that Muhammad? I'm just gonna mute you, man. Yeah, I gotta mute you, Muhammad. Like, okay. So Santi Aldama makes sense. That's one player. I think that makes a lot of sense. Xavier Tillman makes a lot of sense. I like the end of their bench, guys. The other reason that Memphis makes a lot of sense from the Raptors' perspective is there's a lot of guys there that already know Darko, and he would have an inside track in terms of what players have like the most upside on these teams, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and also there were definitely discussions with OG, right? Last year with Memphis on a deal. So I think there's some familiarity there in terms of how Memphis values their players and what the Raptors would be interested in.
Yeah. With OG, I think last year it was like multiple firsts. They wanted to offer 3 firsts. But I'm curious if you would anchor a deal around Santi Aldama and guys like David Roddy. Like, again, they have a lot of guys that play to how we want to play. I just don't understand why they would trade for Siakam now, right? Yeah. Like, it doesn't make sense. They're not going to win. So, like, why trade away your youth? Unless, of course, you think that you have an abundance of youth, which, I mean, fair point. You do, right? You can make a case for Gigi Jackson. You can make a case for all these guys, man. Vince Williams Jr. Like I love the way they draft. I've always loved the way they draft. Oh, here's another guy that the Raptors really liked in the pre-draft cycle, David Roddy. Huge on David Roddy. So, I mean...
Because they're looking for... This is not about this year, obviously. But if you look at for the future, I mean, John Moran, Desmond Bane, Siakam, Jaren Jackson, that's a pretty damn good core right there.
Yeah. But, I mean, it really does hamper things because you have a year to pitch Siakam on what it's like to play there, and you don't have the one guy that you want to pair him with on the team. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I don't know. I wish we lived in a world in which they would just flip Jaren Jackson Jr. for him 1-for-1. That'd be great. Would solve every problem we have.
So, in my opinion, I don't know how you feel about this, and no one's talked about this, and maybe they have, I just haven't seen it. Whatever team ends up with at the end of the year going into free agency, if it's the Raptors, if it's whoever,
Mm-hmm.
I feel if you were to offer him the 5-year...
Yeah, we talked about it.
Right. If you were to offer him the 5-year max, there's only one team that he would take less money and 1 year less to go to, in my opinion. And that's Philadelphia 76ers.
Ooh, okay. Well, we during the trade show, we already did a deal with Philly centered around DeAnthony Melton and Paul Reed.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, outright, like, he just walk away and go to Philly.
Philly will have the cap space, but why do you think his attachment to Philly is so great that he would take less money to go there?
His coach is there. Nick Nurse is there. His trainer's there. Joel Embiid's Cameroonian. It's a great, especially if they peter out in the playoffs this year. If you sit down in a meeting with them and they're like, "Hey, you're the missing piece that we need," kind of thing, I really feel like they could sell it to him. Because I'm blanking on it. Their GM is he's one of those guys where you either love him or you really hate him. But
Daryl Morey?
Yeah, Daryl Morey. He gets shit done. He does get things done.
I don't like him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone is
has a strong opinion about him. Yeah,
they're very polar on him.
Ironically, so everyone has a really strong opinion about me too. So maybe that's one of those things where it's like, if you're really, really polarizing personality, maybe you don't like other polarizing personalities. No, I don't like him because his general approach to the game feels very misguided and incomplete, although highly evolved in one way, highly unevolved in another way. I think I dislike him because I liked him so much earlier.
Yeah, I feel that.
I expected more.
I value. I mean, I really valued him as a person when he stood up for Hong Kong and all that. That was really cool. So maybe it's just my blindness from that that I haven't really tracked him since. But I mean, in my opinion, that would be the one team that I think that he would walk away from anybody that would offer him the 5-year max and go to, just because I feel like it's just such a perfect mix and it's such a perfect fit. There's probably less than a 5% chance that happens, because I think whoever does offer him that 5-year max, at the end of the day, that's where he's going to go. But that's just the one team that's in the back of my head that just keeps like knocking my brain. Like it would be.
Yeah, and they have no real incentive to trade anything of substance for him because they have the cap space this offseason.
Exactly. They have a full max slot open, and who else are they going to fill with that max slot?
OG.
Yeah, well, exactly. If you strike out on OG, if he says, "Hey, I'm signing with New York for 38," they give him a discount. Then, I mean, who's your next best option? Siakam?
Yeah. I hope the Raptors don't play themselves here. And I hope this isn't an open secret in the NBA that he wants to go to Philly. I really hope that that's not the case, because the minute that happens, like, a lot has been made of like how much Pascal has done to sort of sabotage his trade value in terms of, going out and saying that he's not going to sign an extension. He doesn't want to be here. He wants to be in Toronto long term, et cetera, et cetera. I think the only thing that pokes a hole in this theory, okay, like whoever's doing this thing with their mic, they got to stop, bro. Like you put yourself on mute if you're not talking, but like don't do this thing with your mic, bro. I think it's Mohammed. Is it you?
No, it's not me. I don't have a mic. I'm on speaker.
Like, are you touching the like? Oh, I'm inclined to like. I'm inclined to mute you. Yeah, you're all hearing it, right? Like I have like big mics on, like big headphones on, so I hear everything. Anyways, I'm inclined to say that like as much as people think that he sort of sabotages value with his play and with his. Okay, I gotta mute this, man. Okay, it might be Layne. I'm not sure, but it wasn't happening before, so yeah. Jeez, I lost my train of thought there.
I think we were talking about Philly and if he's inclined to go there or something.
Well, yeah, I'm saying like the trade value element of him, right? Like as much as people have said he's tanked his value with how he's played, or the rumors that he's not going to sign anywhere else, he doesn't want to sign an extension, he wants to go free agency. The only thing that would tank his value worse, other than some sort of massive injury or something like that, is a rumor coming out that he will definitely be going to one place, and that's Philly. Like if we get a report that says Pascal Siakam will end up in Philly, your trade negotiation value goes from like 100% to like 30%. Like today he fell. And when he fell on that shoulder, I held my breath.
Same.
The Raptors are playing with fire.
Same. And it was funny because the Lakers commentators, they have no clue whatsoever what's going on. And I watch on Stream East. And so I always get the, whoever's the home team, I get their commentators. And they were laughing. It's like, oh, yeah, when you meet Mr. Floor hits hard. And I'm over here like, Mr. Floor better have not hit hard because I need him to be healthy. So,
yeah. So that's the point. Like, if this thing that happened with Kawhi of he wants to go to LA, he's going to end up in LA at any cost. He's going to end up there. You can do whatever you want, but he's not signing in Boston or Toronto. That's how Toronto got him. Everyone thinks Toronto's a genius. No. I mean, yeah, they made a great move, but like everyone heard that he wanted to be in LA, that he was going to go to LA because he wanted to be close to his family. That's where the marketing was. That's where New Balance wanted to push him. So if you're Boston, are you willing to give up Jaylen Brown to get him? You know what I mean? And so the Spurs got backed into this corner where they had to trade one of the top 3 players in the league for Jakob Poeltl and DeMar DeRozan and a pick, which is crazy return on that player, even if he's injured. The Raptors don't have Kawhi Leonard. They have Pascal Siakam, whose value is not even half of what, Kawhi's was back then. He's older than Kawhi was back then. And even if his contract situation is the same, the only upside to a team trading for him is that you'll get to be able to keep him. And if the notion is that he wants to test free agency, but he'll give the team a chance, then maybe that's something. But if you hear that he's going to end up in LA or he's going to end up in Philly, no matter what, for me, like if I'm Dallas, I'm not offering this.
Yeah.
I'm not offering you like Max Prosper for this.
So I have a question. It's super off topic, but you just, and every time I talk to a Raptors fan, especially, local, because I'm not around a lot of Raptors fans,
Sure.
In this question, and I've never asked you. If we would have lost in the playoffs or the finals, do you think Kawhi would have re-signed?
Not a chance.
No.
Really?
If we lost?
If let's say we lose to Golden State in 7, or that buzzer beater doesn't go in against Philly and we end up losing to them in overtime, do you think he says, I'll sign a 2-year deal or like something like that to try? Really? Not at all?
Can I jump in on this? Look, I think he was going to the Clipper or an LA team, but probably the Clippers before the season even started. The only reason it was close is because we won a championship. That's the only reason it was close and it came down to the wire.
No, I think it was either the Lakers or the Clippers anyway. And the only reason why it wasn't the Lakers, I forget what little stipulation happened, but it was last second to where him and Paul George were either going to the Lakers or the Clippers, and I forget what the hell happened or what the Lakers did.
The Lakers were never going to happen. The Lakers were just used as leverage. He was never going to the Lakers. That was just, and even Doc Rivers talked about it. Literally, Doc Rivers had an interview with Bill Simmons on his podcast, and he said he was never going to the Lakers. It was just about leverage.
That's the thing. Yeah. That's exactly it. So when you go into a contract negotiation, whether you're Fred, with the Houston Rockets, does Fred get $43 million from the Houston Rockets if the Raptors just come to the table like the Memphis Grizzlies say, and we don't want to bring him back no matter what? No, you never get $43 million because the next competing offer for Fred VanVleet was Toronto. He owes Toronto a debt of gratitude, and I'm happy he hasn't said too many bad things on his way out. It's the same thing. You always, the more the merrier when it comes to, leverage in a trade talk or free agent talk, the more the merrier. So Kawhi leveraged 3 offers: Toronto, Clippers, LA, and I think there was another one too. So he had 4 offers competing. So he was getting a max from anybody. It didn't matter who. He was the best player in the world for that brief window.
Yeah.
And so really the question then became, what else can you give me? Can you get me this player that I really want to play with? If you're the Clippers or the Raptors, can you get me, a Jett and whatever? Can you? And people act like this shit is like it's unheard of, but like players ask for this shit all the time. Can my wife travel with me on the team plane? That was the negotiation that kept Tim Duncan out of Orlando. In 2000, when Tim Duncan was up for being a free agent, he wanted to explore Orlando. He wanted to be closer to the water, being a guy from Virgin Islands, etc. And he met with Doc Rivers, and there was a chance that Grant Hill and Tracy McGrady and Tim Duncan were going to play together. And then basically the negotiation broke down on can my wife travel on team plans? So that kind of stuff happens all the time. So really, Kawhi was like, which one of you guys is going to give me the most flexibility? Which one of you is going to give me allow me to bring my trainer? Which one of you is going to allow me to have the most load managed games? And that's really where the negotiation was. I don't know if he was ever going to come back to Toronto, but I think Toronto had like a 10% window if the Clippers really dropped the bag. But I think this was the Clippers. Clippers were where he wanted to go, and it was like everyone else was used to get the most out of them, to put pressure on them to get Paul George. And like, if they know that he wants to come and he's going to come here no matter what, then maybe they don't desperately push for the Paul George thing. Sam Presti, on the other hand, he exercises the most like opportune, advantage, being the basically the vulture in this situation where he just decides, he's like, all right, you want Paul George? He's a MVP candidate this year. You give me Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and every pick you own for the rest of your lives. Okay.
Well, yeah, Doc Rivers addressed this. Actually, he went into detail literally the other day, and he said, because Bill Simmons was like, do you regret trading SGA? And he said, look, I had conversations with Steve Ballmer saying, can we make this deal without giving up SGA? Because he saw what SGA was going to be. And he went back to Kawhi, and Kawhi's like, you need to get me Paul George, or I'm not going to go to the Clippers.
Wait a second. Doc Rivers was not coaching Philadelphia when we beat them, right? Brett Brown was their coach.
No, it was Brett Brown.
Okay, so I want to retract what I said earlier, but I don't know how Doc Rivers kept his job after that. My bad. Yeah, so I realized now.
So Doc Rivers was still the coach of
the Clippers. Yeah,
and Doc Rivers said Kawhi was giving us every indication that he wanted to come here, and it was evidenced by the fact that he met with the Lakers at a hotel. He met with the Raptors separately. He came to Doc Rivers' home. He went directly to Doc Rivers' home and said, I want to be here. Go get me Paul George, and you get both of us. And Doc Rivers, even though he was reluctant to give up SGA, he knew we have to get this deal done. Because if we don't get it done, he's going back to Toronto.
Yeah, well, Masai was going to get it done first. I mean, at the day if Kawhi Leonard said, hey, I want Paul George, you got to give up Siakam, Van Fleet for him and Westbrook, like, it was going to be done.
It was Lowry, I think. Van Fleet wasn't making enough money at that time.
Really? I thought it was Fred, because didn't we extend him that summer?
But his extension wouldn't have kicked in until the following year.
You're right.
But yeah, the point is Kawhi had all the leverage. He had all the leverage in that situation because, the Clippers were worried they were gonna lose him to another team, probably the Raptors, and then that was their chance to go for the championship, right? So I still think the Clippers made the right decision. I mean, if they're healthy 2021, I think they beat the Bucks in the finals. I think they get to the finals and beat the Bucks if they were healthy.
I think the if they were healthy part is the most important thing here.
Yeah.
Also, it's worth noting that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is literally worth more than Kawhi and PG right now in a trade, 2-for-1.
Yeah.
So and they have no finals appearances to show for that, and they've lost every draft pick. So there's no world in which this makes sense. But of course, from the Clippers' perspective, the way Lawrence Frank sold it to Steve Ballmer was, don't think of it as you're giving up all these picks plus Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George. Think of it as you're giving it up for Paul George and Kawhi Leonard.
Exactly.
And that's a fair way to look at it too, but also not a fair way to look at it because you're also giving up all the cap flexibility, all the pick flexibility, all the roster flexibility. Like, it's not so black and white as to say this player is better than this player. And this is why I say, like, bring it back to the Siakam trade. You start trading like for guys based on upside. You miss like the bigger part, which is roster flexibility, positional versatility, team style, play, pick flexibility. Does adding, 2 picks in this deal from Dallas, right? Like, let's say, for instance, you do get a first round pick, a second round pick, plus you get Hardaway's contract, which is expiring this summer. You get Grant Williams signed up long-term to a mid-level exception deal, which I think is a steal for a player like him. Maybe I'm just higher on him than most people, but like, I know Grant's smart as hell, and he would really fit with Scottie, and he would really fit with this vibe that we're trying to create. And he's a really good, team character guy. He's been to the finals multiple times with the Boston Celtics now, and he's just a winning player, winning habits. He does winning shit on the basketball court. Maxi Kleber, same thing. So I'm looking at this from like the perspective of you win now. So you don't, you do retain some flexibility in the long term. You get enough youth back, but then those 2 picks offer you a lot more flexibility this summer as well. In case you want to take some of these expirings, add some picks to it as sweeteners and go out and actually get someone, who might be available. And maybe, like prior to that, you wouldn't be able to do that. But now you'll have an abundance of picks. I mean, after you convey this shit to San Antonio, which we almost certainly will convey this pick, your pick sheet is clear. It's almost clear. And you have the Detroit 31st pick. Then if you get like 2 firsts or even like from Sacramento, or a first and a second, maybe another first or something, or a swap from Dallas, now you can package those. Plus you could package one of your own, like 2028, if you really, really need to trade Tim Hardaway plus Maxi Kleber for, a massive upgrade that you really think is worth getting. and you can add 3 picks to it, now
Right.
you have a great package.
So-
Now teams are looking at you when the next OG Anunoby comes up. You know what I mean?
If Dallas says, okay, if Dallas says, pick one option, either you get the 2 prospects, so like Prosper and Green or whatever, or you get the picks. What do you choose? Like the pick, do you choose the pick deal, or do you choose the prospect deal?
I think it depends on the picks, depends on the prospects. So the prospects being Prosper and Hardy, or Prosper and Green. I guess I think it depends on the Raptors' internal calculus on how much they value Omax, right? Because we haven't seen much of him at the NBA level. If this is a guy that they think, is a guy that they scouted well in the draft prospect, I never heard anything about them being linked to him. I heard stuff about them being linked to a lot of players the last 3 years. Dyson Daniels, Ochai Agbaji. There's a lot of guys. Andrew Nemhard. I've heard like they liked a lot of these guys in the process, like the draft process. I haven't heard anything about this guy. So it's worth noting, like, it will depend on what they project him to be. But if they project him to be like a starter, yeah, they would pick him because they're valuing immediacy right now because they believe in their development staff. Having a player in your system right now gives you all summer. If you get Omax in your system right now, you get to put him through summer league in your team. You get to have Jama and Darko work with him in the summer. You get to give him like reps in the G League right now under Eric. And, you get to build him and Grady up right together, and Koloko. So I just think the Raptors are I think the Raptors have a great opportunity on their hands with Siakam to sort of rebalance this roster, take out any of these Jalen McDaniels and, type players that really can't play. And just you're adding players who can play. When you put players who can play with other players who can play, they play better. That seems straightforward as hell to say, but it's so true. If you put, like, as much as I value Gary Trent Jr., Tim Hardaway Jr. is a better player in terms of just how he sees the game and how he plays on the basketball court. He may not be always the more impactful player. He may not shoot better at times, but he's just like, his know-how is better. A Chris Boucher, fantastic, impactful player, doesn't always know where to be, doesn't always move off the ball quickly enough. You're seeing a very, 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 let's call it like reduced, diminished version of a Maxi Kleber in a guy like Jonte Porter, right? Like a guy who can move his feet a little bit, stretch the floor, hit some corner threes, above the break threes, etc. I've watched Maxi Kleber for a long time. He fits so well with what the Raptors want to do. So you have a center lineup with 2 defensive guys, one who plays in, one who plays out, one in Maxi Kleber, one in, Jakob. Even though they're not young, they're not spring chickens, they're not 24, 23-year-old prospects. I mean, they're still in their prime,
Right.
And they're not guys who have like crazy minutes or crazy injury histories behind them. So it's perfectly reasonable to suspect that they would be serviceable. And plus, I think it's worth noting the Maxi Kleber, Dennis Schroeder, relationship. If it's bridged, if water under the bridge, those 2 guys would be anchoring your second unit. That would be amazing for Gary Trent Jr., and anyone else who plays with them in that second unit. Or, I think you get like you go 10 deep with this trade. Any night you can go 10 deep, and Darko wants to play that way. He comes from Memphis, where they play like that all the time. So I think they really want to be deep. Yeah, that's what I'll say about that.
But do you think that package is better than Barnes, Herter plus picks?
Yes, I do actually.
Really? Okay.
The reason for that is because you get the young prospect. I mean, you pick your young prospect, whoever your young prospect is, you pick them, And I mean, if we go for the most recent version of that deal, I guess you get 2, right? Which was the one that Samir pushed for, like adding the second, right? When we added Garrett Temple, we added a second. I think we added, Green to it as well. So if you get Green and Omax, and Grant Williams, you're adding like a 21-year-old, a 25-year-old. You're getting younger in the deal. You're trading all the old guys. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So even if you had to swap Thaddeus Young for Chris Boucher in that package to completely make this deal work for their side, I still think you're way deep. Like, think about the bench. If you keep Chris Boucher in this, think about the bench. Your bench would be Dennis Schroeder, Maxi Kleber, Gary Trent Jr., Josh Green, and Chris Boucher. Can you name me a better bench than that in the NBA? That's one of the best benches in the NBA, man.
What
That's
happens to Dennis Schroeder? Did you name Dennis Schroeder?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you said
so
Dennis
Schroeder, Kleber, Trent, 3 guys who've started a lot in the league. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, where's Tim Hardaway in this?
Oh yeah.
So someone has to start in this.
I mean, we could always route. Can't we just route him somewhere else for a pick or something?
Or Grant Williams starts in this scenario.
Grant Williams would start in this case. Okay, great. So yes, okay, that's perfect. Great. I love Grant. So okay, so you get positional versatility there. Grant's a better. I think I'm inclined to say I think Grant is a better defender than Pascal Siakam at this stage. So, and I think Grant and Scottie have a relationship already. They know each other. It's great. So, yeah, I mean, that's perfect, man. And he's a corner shooter. He basically do a lot of what you had Pascal doing tonight for you. Man, this deal makes so much sense.
Look, I think ultimately what it comes down to is the Mavericks are like, look, if we're going to make this deal, you either get the 4 or 5 players and we're going to give you maybe a first rounder, or you only get 1 prospect and a bunch of other players, and then we'll give you 2 or 3 picks. That's
you don't have 2 or 3 picks to give.
Oh, yeah, you only have 2, right?
Like, you can't give up picks in successive years. So, I mean, like, you could go back and maybe ask for, instead of 2027 or whatever we added there, you could have added for 25, 27. But, like, now you're really handicapping them.
Yeah,
And
Dallas
it's like,
doesn't have that many picks. Yeah, so I think it's going to have to be the deal that we did, the player-heavy deal with the 2 prospects. I think that's what's probably going to get the job done. But yeah, the lineup, the bench lineup you outlined is legitimate.
yeah.
Legitimately good.
To Mohammed Hassan, who was on here earlier, he sent me a private message saying, Rob, it's not me doing the noise. I don't have a mic. Bro, it was you making the noise, because the minute you left, all the noise ended. We tried muting you, unmuting you. So I hope you don't take it personally that I cut your mic, but you were creating a lot of noise on your end. Even though you don't have a mic, you do have a mic. If you have a phone, you have a mic. So yeah, I just want to clarify that for Mohammed if he hears this later. It wasn't personal. Nothing personal against you, bro. Just I have a pet peeve against bad audio. Anyways, TR Mike saying, are we doing 24-hour lives? We global gang tonight. Oh my gosh, yes we are. This is crazy. You guys ain't got anything else to add? I think I'm gonna call it.
No.
It's almost 5 a.m.
Yeah. Just my last comments here. I'm really excited to see what they do tonight against the Clippers, because this is a adversity game. How do you respond to adversity? You had a tough game back to back. If they can get a win tonight, that's gonna show a lot of their character, and I think that could go a long way in terms of developing the chemistry and trust with this team. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do tonight, and I think that I do think they're going to come out and they're going to play the right way. They're going to play determined, and yeah, I'm looking forward to ending this road trip off strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't necessarily think they win, but just worth noting, the Clippers also lost to the Lakers a couple of days ago. So they are beatable. It's just they've been playing so well, and we don't play such great defense, but they're a very ISO-heavy team. And I think it's worth noting that we're not actually getting killed on isolation per se. I think we're more or less getting killed by like the weak side attack, like off of isolation. What's the pass that happens? So, we just don't match up well with them. I'm just being honest. We just don't. Like there's 4 guys, man. There's 4 guys on that team that just scare me. Well, 3 guys at least that scare me a lot. And, the Raptors have the length. I hope they'll take it personally. I hope they'll take what happened in, against the Lakers personally and just come out and really punch hard tomorrow. But I think sometimes you're just outmatched talent-wise, and I think this might be one of those cases. James Harden's given this team all sorts of trouble going back to the Philly series 2 years ago. He's a really good player, man. People clown him all the time, but he's so great. Yeah. Anyways, guys, take care. Have a great night. Layne, any final thoughts, man?
Yeah, I don't want to just sit here and like re-say everything that he just said, 'cause I completely agree. But there is one thing. I'm a super religious guy, man. So if you're religious, sit down and pray that Jakob Pertl, during the time that he's going to be spent out, that he takes his wheelchair and rolls it into the facility and says,
He's not in a wheelchair, bro. He was walking around.
"No, I know, but
You're wildin', bro.
for dramatic effect." And he just says,
Like Paul Pierce potty break.
Yeah,
that
he
thing.
just-
Okay.
and he just says, "Fuck it. Why can't I shoot up threes in the wheelchair?" And he starts shooting threes in the wheelchair, and eventually he finds out that like, hey,
He's been able to shoot all along.
yeah. And then he's like, "Holy shit, I'm Brooke Lopez." You know, like you never know, because Brooke Lopez didn't know until he tried.
I find it very ironic that there's 316 people here right now.
Is there something special about that number?
Austin 316 said.
Oh, I got you.
Austin 316 said Jakob Pertl will shoot some fucking free throws. Hit some threes. I am surprised that at some point that they haven't tried to extend his. He pump faked once from three.
He did
this year. God. I saw it and I was like, "What?" And the defender reacted. They reacted too. They were just like, "Oh," and I was just like, "That's great." I think okay, so here's a totally random tidbit for the end of the night. I don't feel like Jakob Pertl is using his white privilege to his advantage.
Oh no!
Elaborate.
He's a big white guy. The average person who sees a big white guy pump fake on the perimeter usually is going to jump.
Facts.
He's Austrian. Like teams aren't like, you have to remind guys constantly when guys are shooters, like he's a shooter, don't run back to the paint. So if he pump fakes, you know what I mean? Like even at the free throw line, if he pump fakes, like teams will react. Like we need to get this guy like a shooter, like we need to get him like a shot that can like threaten some people, you know what I mean? Like even if it's like a Ben Simmons type of like workout video where you have to like edit it super hard, like in the playoffs, in like the off season. Like I'm just gonna like take clips of like Jakob Pertl taking layups, and then the next clip is gonna be like a Steph Curry 3 going in. So like Jakob Pertl would be like, and then the next clip is like and be like Jakob Pertl shooting threes, question mark, mind blown emoji. And then everyone's going to jump on the pump fake and he'll never have to take a three. But people will just believe that he can take the three and make the three because he's a European big.
Beautiful.
It's reverse racism. It's using the stereotype against the person who has the stereotype in their mind. It's perfect. Yeah.
I love it.
Okay. Yeah. Vote Scottie Barnes for All Star. If you need any reason to, if you don't trust me that he's an All Star, listen to your head coach screaming that he's going to be the face of the league. That's awesome.
Man, he was seeing red. I mean, he blanked out. He just completely blanked out, but it needed to happen. So I'm glad he did it.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
Oh, that was Doug Smith. That's the question.
That was Doug Smith. That was amazing because no one's ever thanked Doug Smith for asking a question in his life. So I don't know who I'm happier for, bro. Like, am I happier for Darko that he got this shit off his chest? Or am I happier for Doug Smith that the first time in his life in 25 years of asking people questions that someone said, "Thank you for asking"?
Yeah, Darko doesn't know Doug Smith's history in this city.
He knows. He knows.
Do we have a fine prediction though? Like, what do we think it's going to be?
50,000 minimum.
I think Eric Smith said 35. That's what Fred got. Fred got 35.
It's worse than Fred.
Yeah. So? I could see this as a
actually, no, it's not worse than Fred because he didn't swear.
He didn't, but he yelled. So could you say that's like aggressive?
No.
Really?
No. Okay, so maybe it'll be a little bit because you know what? Like Fred was very calm, with his,
but he cussed a lot.
but he swore so much, and I feel like the league looks at that like, okay, like we need to make an example out of this, but it's not as bad as what Fred did. I don't know. Like I feel like it's worse because like he alleged not that the refs didn't do their job, but that they fixed the game. So he just said, if you were supposed to win, just let us know so we don't show up. His insinuation is so much deeper than Fred VanVleet saying, Ben Taylor was fucking terrible tonight. See, when you say a referee was terrible, you're insinuating they're bad at their job. When you insinuate that the Lakers were supposed to win tonight, let us know so we don't have to show up, you're insinuating that there is a competitive imbalance and like corruption in the league, which I think the league will look at way more seriously than anything Fred VanVleet did.
They
fined fairness.
They fined Scottie last year for using slang when he said y'all cheating. And they took it as like the refs were actually thinking like, oh, he's saying that we're cheating him. And so not only did he get ejected because of that, but he got like a $25,000 fine just off of saying y'all cheating. So
Darko Rajakovic comes from the beautiful land of Serbia. And in Serbian politics, we know, just as I'm sure most Eastern Europeans know, that ultimately the best way to mobilize people is to mobilize them against a cause or for a cause. And when there cannot be a cause to be mobilized for, there should be a cause to be mobilized against. This goes back to like my childhood, but like there was this instance, I don't want to like recite necessarily the Yugoslavian wars here, but like there was this instance where are you guys familiar at all with Albanian, Kosovar, Serbian conflict at all? Has it a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So basically, a very long time ago, there was a massive conflict not very long time ago. There's still a conflict today in Kosovo, and basically the conflict is as follows: that the Serbs believe that it is their holy land, and Albanians have basically slowly grown in population. And they believe, because they have the police force and the mayor is Albanian and everything, that they believe that the Serbians believe they're being pushed out of their homeland. And effectively that their monasteries are, pardon?
Didn't NATO go into Serbia and bomb them?
Yes, very ineffectively, may I add. But nevertheless, what I'm saying is that there was this upstart, somewhat ambitious, let's say, politician named Slobodan Milosevic at the time, who used this opportunity of hostility and anger from one side and growing resentment from the other side to go on national television and to say to the camera, to the Serbian people, you will not be beaten again. And from that day forward, which I believe was like 1988 and 1989, he started to ascend to power in Serbia as the national hero. You see, so Darko is very intelligent in the sense that he knows that he needs to lead a cause for or against things. He needs to galvanize and motivate, and he needs to shift awareness. You don't want people to be bummed out. You'd much rather they come out tomorrow instead of deflated, motivated. So how do you motivate them? You take the fine yourself. You say this, you stick up for them. Now they feel like supported. Now they feel like the coach has their back. And if tomorrow they come out and they whip the Clippers by 30 points or something, this could be like, now we've turned a page, Storylines. I have a sweatshirt that says Story Over Everything, which is a promotion for the film festival that I run called Pandance. Basically, that's what I believe. I believe that life is about the story you tell yourself, and teams are like that too. The story that you're telling yourself about what's happening, I think that matters in terms of like your focus. And I think Darko is just really clued in on how people work psychologically.
No, for sure. Yeah. And I think he understood this was his moment. Tonight it was like served up on a platter for him, right? And I think he killed it. He knocked it out of the park.
Yes.
Now it's about, like you said, now it's about how does the team respond. That's what I'm looking for. Win or loss, like whether we win or lose, obviously I want to win, but I want to see how they respond to this. That's what I'm looking for.
I agree. I'm very curious, and I'm very curious to see what the fine and the response from the NBA will be tomorrow. I'm sure they'll act swiftly on it. And they have to make an example out of this. Otherwise, believe me, there's like 15 coaches every single night that probably feel this way. So, yeah.
Suspension?
Pardon?
Do you think suspension?
No.
Suspending a coach?
No,
I don't think so.
Not for comments.
For conduct detrimental to league integrity? I mean, if they did, I'm sure he'll take it. And my God, he becomes a cult hero. Look, man, like the sentiment in Toronto was turning against this guy for a very long time. And I don't understand where the hell it comes from, because people were very excited about this guy in the beginning. But then the Raptors start losing some games. Dennis plays a lot of minutes. Siakam's usage goes down. There's some people in the media that suggest that there's a bit of a conspiracy going on behind the scenes to lower Pascal's usage. Pascal superfans lead like this revolt against Darko, and suddenly like people are calling him an idiot, stupid. Like, my God, some of the stuff that people say, like there's a guy who literally calls him dark shit. They said dark shit, right? Or something like
that's wild.
Like it's like making fun of these people's names, like scrotum, calling Schroeder, Dennis Schroeder, scrotum. There is like a real weirdo xenophobia in this entire
But you know what it
continent.
is though? It's after we started having a lot of success. Let's say post 2015, like 2016, and post that. There's a lot of people who jumped on the bandwagon. A lot of young, immature people, like young kids.
Haven't they grown up?
Well, that's the thing. You would let's say they were teenagers then. I mean, they're in their 20s now, so they're just there's a lot of immaturity in this fan base.
I mean, you've seen some of these Twitter lives, or like Twitter spaces we're on, right? Like with that guy, Japanese Jafar. I'm not sure where you stand with that guy, but some of those comments that he makes, I'm just like, bro, I can't remember how young I was when I thought the way this guy thinks. Like, I can't. It's not even a basketball thing. Like, yeah, I'm completely miffed at how he thinks. Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a star. That's a basketball take, but I'm talking like just the way he responds to like an opinion that doesn't agree with him, or just the way that he, frames a theory or frames, a praise or criticism against a player. It's just like how his brain is working is like, is this man like a word that will get me canceled?
Well, the problem is when you have, how do I put this nicely? When your happiness is centered around basketball or sports,
mm-hmm.
and you don't have anything outside of that brings you happiness, it leads to this kind of behavior.
Yeah. That's the mic drop, right? That's the point. There needs to be more, like there needs to be a more balanced perspective. And I think like living and dying by like wins and losses every single day. It's like, this guy played well, he's great. I wonder, probably a topic for another time when it's not 5 a.m. But like, I think sports betting has come huge into this.
Oh yeah.
Like sports betting and fantasy betting, this guy didn't make his part. This guy cost me $150 tonight. Like I have friends that do sports betting in a very aggressive way. Like I will at max stake $10 sometimes when I feel like it, but like I don't do it like on a weekly basis or anything. But there's people that I know that bet hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars every single day, and they stack them. Yeah. So man, the hatred that they have for the Brooklyn Nets right now for sitting their starters.
Yeah,
they're like, they cost me every parlay that night. They cost me thousands of dollars.
Enjoy watching basketball because, especially depending on what you're betting on. If you're betting on the spread, especially if you're betting on spread, because they fixed those. The spread is fixed. I'm sorry, but they like, and what I mean by that is like, it will be like, let's say the spread is 7 points or something, and then a guy hits the 3 at the end of the game. You know what I mean? Like you start to question like.
Okay, well, Pascal Siakam screwed over everybody tonight by hitting that because he screwed up the spread.
Exactly.
Ironically, which is hilarious too, because he just said fuck you to gamblers, man. Siakam wins a vote for me. For that one.
Ultimately, this sports betting has fucked everything up because you can't even enjoy the game. You're so focused on the spread. You're so focused on points, rebounds, whatever the case is. And
you're scrolling at your phone, like probably adjusting your bet, adding to your bet, checking your bet. How can you focus on two things at once? Like when I'm watching the game, I try not to do anything but watch the game. Like I'm just literally sitting there glued. I'm writing in my notebook, whatever. Occasionally I'll eat some popcorn. But like apart from that, I cannot imagine like it's so disastrous for me to have to sometimes live tweet during. So I try not to. Like I'm not one of those people that tweets like 18 things during a game usually, but like I'm trying because I want to grow the platform and I want to do this stuff. But I wish someone could do that for me so I could enjoy the game. All of these things, the tweeting while playing, the live streaming. People were saying like, why don't you do live watch-alongs? I'm like, so I got to entertain you while I'm trying to be entertained.
Yeah.
How that makes sense? You know what I mean? Like this is like that's kind of where I'm at on this thing. Yeah. She Wolf 2 saying Siakam's on record saying, I don't care about your parlay. That is my all-time favorite Pascal Siakam quote.
I saw a clip the other day of this fan courtside saying to Jimmy Butler, yo, hit a 3 because I need to pay for my mortgage. And Jimmy Butler's like, fuck you. I don't give a shit about your damn mortgage. Like, this is the level of like insane, hyper focused people are with this kind of stuff. It's out of control.
You know how often I've listened to a podcast and they've promoted a betting site or whatever, And I'll guarantee you that I am primed to be 1% to 2% more likely to place a bet that night because I heard that during the day.
Really?
It just kind of shifts your awareness. It's like when you see a cigarette on a, you know, in a movie and you're recovering from, you know, addiction, you suddenly feel that craving. Or if you're someone who, I don't know, if you're recovering alcoholic and you're around alcohol. So it's like one of the things that I've always thwarted and rejected was betting sites advertising on Pensar basketball. We had a crazy lucrative offer, and this is lucrative by any standard of any content creator that I've known who's promoted for these guys. And they said, we just love your community, we love your lives, we think that you have like a great connection with your audience. Like, I got from the message that they sent me that they really took some time to figure out who I was, and I was very touched. And they're not like PointsBet, or they're not like one of those big ones, they're like a slightly smaller one. They said, we're willing to offer you, like, I think, what was the deal? $2,500 a month, which was already way more than any other sponsor was offering me, plus $100 per sign up per people who use your code. We'll try it out for 6 months, see how it goes. Man, I was so tempted, man, because God knows I could use the money.
Yeah.
But I'm like, if I have a relationship with people to the point where in this community that I could simply play chess and have 20 people DM me and say, I just signed up for chess.com, it's super cool, then we have something in this community that's like honest. And there's so many people who message on a day-to-day basis. Like, I'm not capping or kidding. Like, there's people who send me DMs on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. This thing, you know, you plugged to change my life, this book, this whatever, this conversation, this story you shared. And I'm like, holy shit, I feel really proud of what we're doing here.
Yeah.
I cannot splash betting on this. So one of our community members, Karen Leslie Hall, I think, reached out to me and mentioned that once or twice I'd mentioned that I'd bet on a game. She's like, you know, can you try to keep that out of your talks? And I said, sure. So I adjusted. So I don't talk about like every single game. I don't come on and say, oh, this guy, you know, screwed up my whatever. I don't talk about it, because overall I don't support the notion of betting. I think it's an addiction. You know, if you're gambling and like it's responsible, whatever, but like most people, it's not responsible, man. I listen to people that say they're in control. They're super not in control. And they hate Scottie, especially Scottie, because he's like one of those guys that just oscillates so much on the parlays. Like, yeah.
Listen, no one's gonna admit that they're struggling. No one's gonna admit it.
Not at all. I had a friend who went in the rehab, literally like went to like betting rehab because he was betting on baseball spring training games. And if you know anything about spring training games, it's like a single A prospect, which is like a 20-year-old kid, against like an MLB 7-year vet. And it's like, dude, are you serious? Like, this dude's on like a 20 pitch count. The other guy's on a 50 pitch count. Like, what are we betting on here? Like, the guy could give up 8 runs and it doesn't matter because he got his pitch count in.
Agreed.
You know, and it's like, it's ridiculous. I've personally never done it. It just became legal in my state January 1st of last year. But like it just seems
stay
like
away from it, bro. I'm telling you, stay away from it. And it's so accessible. Like, it's literally on your phone. You just click an app and you can just spend as much as you want.
See, this is the thing. Everything that's free, right? You're like, so here's a great, like, I'm going to take very seriously that people have said that this space and this live and this channel has been a source of like good inspiration for life. I'll say this. If you're not paying if you don't see a product that you're paying for, you're the product. So when these sites, like when I was growing up, right, pornography was virtually inaccessible, super hard to get, right? You had to pay for it everywhere. Now it's free. It's everywhere. There's thousands of sites. I think 40 to 50% of internet traffic is pornography. Why? You know what I mean?
Oh my
Why?
gosh.
Because it's like, it's weirdly social control. Like, you're isolating people and making them depressed. Because here's a really great you know, like example. If you were in the library and you were a porn addict, right? And let's say you were looking at porn on your phone. If someone walked past you, what would you do? Immediately you would hide it, right? Immediately. So anything that we have to hide from our family or from our friends, or like, you know, whether it's debt, whether it's an addiction, whether it's a habit, whether it's cheating on our spouse, whatever, these things are eroding our self-confidence from the inside. So even if outside we can have the fancy car and the mortgage or whatever, we know we're in debt. We know deep down that we have an addiction. We know we're gambling with money that we can't afford. I remember, when I was working in the finance field, I had clients who were desperate for Facebook IPO. And I said, it's not a good deal right now. Don't do it. I saw people mortgage their houses, their children's trust funds, their children's, their children's college tuition funds, and they hated Zuckerberg. They hated the market. They called it all corrupt. And I'm like, you fucked up. You made a mistake, and it's like, but it's not gambling. It's gambling. When you do anything irresponsibly enough, it is gambling. You jaywalk with your eyes closed, that's gambling too.
Yep.
So anyways, I hope that's a good note to part on. We have 300 people here at 5:17 in the morning. That's nuts. Dope. That's dope. Thank you guys for calling in, guys.
Yeah, for sure, bro. We'll see you. Are you going to be on tomorrow as well?
Every night, rain, shine, doesn't matter. Every night. Every day, every night, whatever. Every time the Raptors play, we always do it live. Yeah, man. Thanks a lot for chiming in, man. See ya.
All right, take care.
Oh, sorry for cutting you off, Layne. Okay. Couple of quick things for anyone who's decided to stay 3 hours and 50 minutes. Couple of lives ago, I plugged a podcast, which was a podcast that I started called I'm Okay. All right. I'm actually going to let the end of this live be a recording from I'm Okay. I hope you guys don't mind that. It's a really good. So here's the thing. Public speaking was not my thing, but I decided to start I'm Okay because I needed a place to put down everything that I was learning. And the other day I went back and I listened to it. I was lying in bed with my girlfriend and I just put it on. And I was just like, I think I need some inspiration at the new year. And I think this might be a decent podcast to give me some inspiration and some good ideas. And usually when I look back at things that I did 3-4 years ago, I'm usually shocked at how bad they are. And I'm just like, ugh, this is so bad. This is terrible. But I suggested I'm Okay. And 5 of you have reached out to me in the last few days and said that this podcast was super valuable to you. It's only 9 episodes. It's totally free. It's on Spotify. I'm going to let the last one be a clip from that. So to the end of this live, to anyone who catches it, in the morning, thank you for listening all the way through. The end of this live isn't going to be about basketball. It's actually going to be about, let's see here. What's the episode? It is why we don't get what we want. Maybe I can do like 1 episode every single day at the end of these lives. I don't know, man. This is content. This is a community. I feel like this community is really deep and really cool. And I think this content is helpful to anybody. So I hope that you'll get something out of it. And I hope that at some point I'll start, going back to this podcast because I think I have a lot to add to it. And it sucks that I stopped at 9 episodes. My intention was to make that like the best podcast in the world. And I just stopped. Something kind of happened in my life at that moment and I just stopped. So I kind of regret stopping, but I'll definitely let that be the final thing. In the meanwhile, a message from our sponsor, which is a company that I run. So I don't think like I'm screwing over, the Pendants Film Festival by plugging us in super late. But I want to just extend a very heartfelt thank you to everyone who stuck with us for this many hours, talking about this game, listening to the post game made my night. I'm really happy for Darko Rajakovic. Anyways, Foop saying, great show, everyone, tonight. Thanks so much. So message from Pendants, and then my episode from I'm Okay, where I talk about why we don't get what we want. I think it's a good one. You'll like it. Our sponsor. The Pendants Film Festival is happening February 22nd to 25th. It is a celebration of international films. It is a brilliant film festival in its 7th season. Prior to the COVID pandemic, it was the fastest growing film festival in the world. What is my affiliation with Pendants? What are they paying me to say this? Well, I am Pendants. I'm the festival director and founder of Pendants. It is my baby. And if you love great films, if you have a film lover in your life, this is a worthwhile event for you, happening in downtown Toronto at the Carlton Cinema, February 22nd to 25th. Make sure to check us out. Link is in the description below for tickets and passes. Tickets will go on sale soon. Passes are already on sale. Let's get to this. Okay, so because I did not intelligently, as I should have, downloaded this, and I have to play this off my mic, like this is 1944 or something like that. Well, it's not 1944. Fun fact, I once tried to record songs that I liked off the TV by putting my stereo up to them. Yes, I am very much 36 years old. Okay. All right. This is a good one to fall asleep to, guys. I promise this episode is worth your time. This is season 1, episode 3 of what ended up becoming 9 episodes of I'm Okay, Why We Don't Get What We Want. Enjoy. And let me know in the comments if you enjoy this or if you get some value out of this. I'll be looking.
In episode 3, I want to dig a little deeper into a topic that has fascinated me my entire life. How do we choose what we choose? And why do we choose it? And if we're so in control of our choices, then why is it that we make so many bad choices? With our friendships, relationships, how we spend our time, which opportunities we let slip, and which we pursue. Hello, I'm Robert, and welcome to episode 3 of I'm Okay. If you missed the first 2 episodes, the intro to why we started this podcast and how to manage conflicts in relationships, be sure to go back and check them out. I think this goes beyond determination and free will. I believe we're free to choose as we wish, but that factors sometimes beyond our understanding nudge and skew our perspective, so much so that we are consistently acting outside our better judgment and best interests. So let's dig into it. Have you read self-help books? If you're listening to this podcast, you've likely got a deep curiosity about your own mind, trying to reframe or untangle experiences. You may think after passing a big opportunity your friend seized, how did I not see the potential that everyone else saw? So if you've read 4 or 5 books on having healthy relationships and they're good books, why don't you have healthy relationships? If you've read 500 articles about productivity and time management, then why is it that you still have days on end where nothing gets done? You know the harmful effects of sugar, of processed foods, but you still eat them. It isn't that you're forgetting what you've learned, it's just that what you're learning isn't as powerful as what you'd have to unlearn for it to matter. I believe the more we understand about how we operate, the greater our chances are of making better decisions in the future. We'll differentiate between and make reference to the conscious and subconscious mind, thinking, and recordings frequently in this podcast. So let's define where we draw the line and how the 2 areas of our mind operate. Subconscious thinking dictates roughly 95% of our actions on a day-to-day basis. It may or may not be why we become angry, excited, or nervous. It might be why we choose one type of person over another, why we value some things instead of others, and why we consistently have one type of relationship instead of another type of relationship. This is the mind being efficient. You don't think about walking. You likely don't think about looking before you cross the street. You don't think when someone says, thank you, and you offer a polite you're welcome. You don't know why spiders terrify you, nor why you tend to procrastinate before big exams. All you know is that if you have a big exam, you can't quite manage to pick up a textbook until the night before. As your conscious mind screams at you, study, you lunatic, it's just 2 weeks away. Something inside the subconscious mind says, stop, you're fine, don't. It's why your arms and legs are flushed with blood when a hooded stranger walks past you at 9 p.m., but also why nothing happens when the same stranger does so at 9 a.m. The good news is, regardless of what you've been told about the ideas that wired in childhood, or how hard they are to unwire in adulthood, change is always possible. Our subconscious minds are meant to do 2 critical things: keep us alive and keep us efficient. When we aspire for anything greater than this, such as goal setting, mapping out our future, bettering our health, we must hand control to the conscious mind. Our conscious mind is making decisions in the now. The subconscious is drawing on a lifetime of experience. Dave wants to invest in his friend's business. The conscious mind says, your friend's idea is great. Your friend is capable. He's honest and succeeds at almost everything he does. But your subconscious mind does not agree. There was that story about the guy who went from millionaire to broke in a single day on a failed investment. There's your mother telling you, if it sounds too good to be true, it is. And then, of course, there's your teacher 15 years ago who once told you that all capitalists were evil and that all entrepreneurs were fools. You're probably not going to invest. I remember a recent podcast with Jay Shetty when he recalled how his parents always touted this belief of having just enough. Growing up, he wanted to have just enough, and he wanted to earn just enough, until he caught himself and asked the golden question. If I want to create abundance in the world, can I do it with just enough? If you want to feed a village, you need more than just enough for yourself. And I'm sure that challenging his subconscious beliefs, Jay faced some serious obstacles, like the big, money is the root of all evil, commonly said, commonly misunderstood. So we need to change that subconscious thought that says money is the root of all evil, and say perhaps instead that money is the great amplifier, which is probably more factually correct. Whatever you are, more money will make you more that way. If you're a dick, richer you, bigger dick. If you're generous and kind, well, more money means more generosity and kindness. But there's no point in spinning the wheels here. Consciously planning out your goal to make $1 million next year, if subconsciously you believe that money is the root of all evil, is going to be harder than it needs to be. This is friction. This is internal conflict and contradiction. So we need to retrain our subconscious mind on our core values and our core beliefs. We need to examine each one of them and ask, does this serve me today? With what I know now, do old patterns and old habits still serve me? Here are some examples of subconscious beliefs. People are generally good. Things usually turn out okay. I'm a capable person. Others usually like me. When I work hard, I usually get good results. I believe I'm creating my reality. My friendships are my responsibility. People who are different from me are neither better nor worse, just different. Now, if you subconsciously believe all of these things to be true, bravo, you're probably living an amazing life. But if you hold limiting subconscious beliefs that lead you to feel more like a passive participant in your own existence, someone to whom things just sort of happen without control, someone with cursed luck, then frankly, happiness likely eludes you. We need to become aware of our subconscious loops. Why are we angry? Why are we spinning? Why are we always choosing to date one type of person over another? Why are we scared of commitment? Why do we get angry in traffic at 8 a.m.? Why do we prefer to watch the same movie 10 times instead of watching a new movie? We're making these decisions on autopilot, and they're so often bad decisions. Let's say on a subconscious level, I'm drawn to people who need my help. I'm a bleeding heart empath turned liberal. I want to help everyone. And that's how I subconsciously choose my mates as well. If they need me, I trust them. If they don't, I don't trust them. This is dangerous, but let's see how it carries out. So I meet someone who needs me. They're in crisis. Their ex just smashed their window, so I feel needed, and I jump in. Months later, the ex is gone. Things are happy, but we get tripped up and we get flustered. We're getting bored. This was supposed to be the good part. We have a fight. It blows up. Huge crisis. We talk. We're good for a week. Now again, stagnation, another fight. The same pattern, the same unhealthy response. What have I done? I've primed my partner. I've defined our relationship in my own subconscious desire for someone in need or conflict. Because when things are good, I'm mentally checked out. So I'm telling my partner, hey, Becca, Jess, whatever, if you want my attention, flame out. Create a crisis, cry, threaten to leave. If you don't, I'm not paying attention. And she learned. And we hurt each other, needlessly. Because why? Because somewhere deep down, people who need me are familiar. People who have issues feel safe. The people who don't have issues are foreign. They're masking their issues, right? You can't trust the straight down the middle person who's never had a drug addiction or never been in a toxic, abusive relationship. She's got skeletons. More so, she'll judge you. So that's 2 checks for a subconscious mind that the person who has their shit together is actually dangerous. They may be harboring deep secrets. And they may very well ridicule us for our flaws. So we avoid healthy people. And believe me, they avoid us too. But how do we get these ideas? And how do they get so deep? Try this on for size. Don't talk to strangers. This is advice we all received as children. And we followed it. And we kept following it. And we stayed alive. And we didn't talk to a stranger. And we didn't get kidnapped. and we didn't talk to strangers, and we didn't get poisoned and raped. And we did this for so long, and it kept us safe for so long. But now we're 25, and it's a work networking social, and there's a person who is super interesting across the room, and our legs won't move. We don't know why. We say we're shy. Uh-oh. People who are shy most definitely do not approach strangers. So this is more or less doubling down on the subconscious pattern, and we don't approach. We avoid it. We don't know why our hands are clammy. We don't know why we were nervous, but we know this. We didn't make a move, and we didn't experience pain or humiliation. Nothing great happened, but nothing bad happened either. We didn't start a new business, and we didn't lose our life savings. We didn't demand the promotion, and we didn't get fired. We didn't join the gym, but we also didn't injure ourselves. We didn't confront the person who offended us, and we didn't get punched in the face. We didn't ask out the beautiful girl, and we didn't get rejected. And the more we avoid the things that scare us, the more we stay safe, the more we wire a very dangerous pattern, that avoiding the things that scare us is keeping us alive, when in fact, it's slowly killing us. Logically, we only see one side of the story. We don't know how much better our lives could have been had we chosen to do the scary things. We need to change our wires. This is a signal and noise problem. This is a fire together and wire together problem. We survived abusive relationships, but that doesn't make them healthy or something to strive for. We fear the unknown. Too many questions, too many variables. The cost of doing something that scares us might be pain, but we need to re-examine the cost of doing nothing. Going left and right are not the only options. Standing in one place is also a decision, and sometimes it's the right thing to do, but so often it isn't. And these choices we make or don't make are constantly informing us and forming new patterns in our brains. As we slay and conquer difficult and scary tasks, we build up our self-esteem. This starts small, and we should start small. No one learns to swim for the first time in the deep end. And yet it's simple, logically. We are shy. Shy people don't talk to strangers. Strangers are dangerous. This person is a stranger. Ergo, danger. Don't do it. But so many times, we must retrain our brains to have a more nuanced and balanced pattern. Context is important, and I cannot suggest one solid way to cure it. But what I can say is this. As we begin to chisel away at those mental roadblocks and do things that we find terrifying, we start to change our concept of self. When I was young, we were quite poor. We got poor people ice cream, your Chapman's, your Breyers, whatever. Those pricey small Ben & Jerry's and Haagen-Dazs tubs were never in my home. My wealthier friends certainly had them, and as an adult, I've long viewed having Haagen-Dazs in my freezer as a sign that I wasn't poor. I realize for some people it's designer shoes or suits, and for others it's having a Benz or a cool sports car. It's just a cooling thought that I'm okay. I used to eat a tub of Haagen-Dazs in a single sitting. I tried for years to curb my sweet tooth to no avail. At best, I convinced myself that I shouldn't have ice cream, or that I couldn't. I knew that it was bad for me in excess, but ice cream was still something I turned to as a reward. A hard day warranted some. A job well done warranted some. And as it continued to ruin my teeth and rot my brain, not to mention damage my health, I continued to view it as a good thing I wasn't allowed to have. Because as a child, ice cream was the reward. Spinach and lettuce were the obligation. Finish your vegetables if you want dessert. Finish your homework if you want dessert. So many people are wired to believe that sugar is a reward. So when the barriers to rewards, like parents or money, are removed, you naturally overindulge. Today, I don't buy ice cream. I haven't bought it for 5 months, and I don't plan to have it in my home. And if I have children someday, they won't either. It's a rare change of pace in the summer or a social outing, but I don't view it as a reward anymore. When I walk past the Haagen-Dazs on sale now, something inside me says, you deserve better. And I walk my butt to the fruit section. I believe we can change our subconscious loops. The subconscious belief that I needed to change was how I viewed my body and how I viewed myself. I now see my mind and body as a very clean place. I don't allow bad things in, nor do I surround myself with toxic energies. And it always comes back to that central belief that I deserve better. And as awkward as this is, it's something that I find myself repeating 10 times every day. And it's allowed me to walk away from toxic people, bad habits, and confront situations with a lot more conviction. I believe that very few of us get exactly what we want in life, and that even fewer get it how they wanted to get it. Life is very long and unpredictable. But if I've found one thing in my journey towards higher understanding over these past 9 months, it's this. Most of us will never get what we want in life, but almost all of us will get what we're willing to settle for. We don't get what we want because most of us want to thrive. And we're working with a mind that is 95% consumed with helping us survive. If we want to thrive, if we want something beyond mere subsistence and getting by, we have to face tough questions, make tough choices, and many times a day, we have to bypass our subconscious mind and truly embrace doing things that terrify us. I know that in time, taking on and facing small, scary tasks will make facing the larger, considerably scarier tasks a little less daunting. It won't happen overnight. This isn't a quick fix. As most things worth striving for in life, it will happen one hack, one brick, 1 minute at a time. One of my favorite quotes comes from 30 for 30 documentary about Scott Hall. He said that this was advice that his father gave him, and very similar words were echoed later by Denzel Washington in a commencement speech. The quote was, "You're going to fall in life, so try to fall forward." And it stuck with me for many years. Thank you for listening to I'm Okay. I hope you enjoyed this podcast. Please leave us a like and share this podcast with anyone you think needs to hear it.
All right. Cool. I have a lot of work to do. I set myself up. There's still 262 of you in here. Thanks a lot. That's super cool. Thanks for letting me share that. I felt like, it's not like the greatest podcast or anything. I just think that it had some great ideas. And sometimes the thing about ideas is they escape you. You lose them after a period of time. You don't think about them for a while, and then you lose them. So I think it's really cool that we have a community here that's, in my opinion, just very evolved and very conscious and super smart about basketball and super passionate about the Raptors. I'm really happy that the Raptors have a team that we can all be really proud of right now. And I hope that they do a great job against the Clippers. Again, I'm probably going to go work on a little video about Darko Rajakovic makes a big statement about Scottie Barnes, and hopefully that'll get 10, 20,000 views tomorrow because it's going to be a trending topic. And as a content creator, the work never stops. But please give this video a like if you could. That'd be super cool. And we get 7 more comments. Yeah. Very, very intelligent man's you are, Rob. Thanks a lot, man. Need that 4D type audio, though. Foop said that this was great. Hard to process at 6 a.m., but had great tidbits and quotes to introspect on. Thanks a lot, man. For show. Yeah, for sure, man. Trying to take this channel to 10,000 subscribers. If you're not subscribed and you're watching this, shame on you. Go subscribe. And if you haven't hit like on this video and you've been sitting here for 4 hours, what are you waiting for? Hit like. All right. Peace, guys. Have a good one.